Chapter 2067 Desperation. The strength of the Yen family from Donghua Heavens was much inferior to those cultivators from Wangshin Watchtower. After a brief collision, many Renhuang were killed. After all, the cultivators from Wangshin Watchtower were striking back with their full power without mercy. However, the cultivators of the Yen family managed to delay the escape for the cultivators from Wangshin Watchtower. In just a few short moments, the terrifying pressure of the great path had descended from the distance. A figure turned into lightning, shuttled through the void with divine light lingered upon his body. It was Ninghua. He was rushing toward Yi Futian with greatest speed. The main goal of this mission was to take down Yi Futian, followed by the total destruction of all the cultivators from Wangshin Watchtower. Not only because of the strength that Yi Futian had exhibited, but there was also another important reason. He had opened up the demon god temple and may have obtained the things left behind by the demon god. Therefore, no matter what, Yi Futian must be captured. It wouldn't matter as much if the others escaped, but Yi Futian must not. Boom! With a loud bang, a sky tablet directly blocking in front of the divine light that was transformed by Ninghua. A figure appeared in front of Yi Futian, and it was Zongchan. Although he could not compete with Ninghua either, but given the situation, only he and Li Chongxing could somewhat counter Ninghua's attack. If Ninghua was to get to Yi Futian, there would be no doubt what would happen. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, the sky tablet was pierced and shattered. Zongchan's body continued moving forward, blocking the way. He raised his arm and struck out. Suddenly, tablets appeared behind him surrounded by divine light, and a monstrous force burst out from his palms. The great palm prints were like the prints transformed by the sky tablet, shattering the void. Another violent sound of collision came out, shook the space they were in with great violence. With them as the center, a terrible storm radiated out, sweeping toward the surrounding areas. Those Renhuang whose cultivation were not strong enough were knocked out immediately. Zongchan was also knocked out and went flying. He made a muffled groan, and the blood inside his body tossed and churned. Not only that, his arms were surrounded by an aura of the Grand Seal, and that terrible Grand Seal, Great Path, rushed into his body, trying to seal up his path. Moreover, Zongchan cultivated the gate to world suppression that could suppress the Great Path with incomparably tyrannical strength, with extremely overbearing power for direct attack. But even so, he was knocked out by Ninghua in their direct exchange. Ninghua, however, was standing there steadily, demonstrating his powerful strike. Shredding power. He had long heard that Ninghua was an expert in assorted powers of the Great Path and had cultivated many extremely powerful magical powers. The art of seal was one of his most expert abilities, but at the same time he had also mastered other abilities, which now work in sync with the power of the Grand Seal, Great Path. He was indeed the premier genius talent of Donghua Heavens, one and only among his peers. When the two made exchanged and collided, the cultivators that had chased them came forward and surrounded the cultivators from Wangshin Watchtower in a circle, standing at different positions in the void. Everyone was far apart because, after all, these were the existence in the Renhuang realm. A lot of cultivators gathered in the distance, looking up at this space. Their hearts trembled violently. What a terrifying group of Renhuang! That person was the Vice Chief Ninghua. What was happening? All the Renhuang stood in the sky as the pressure of the Great Path suppressed this part of the space. Even standing far away, one could feel that suffocating power. They were all surrounded by the divine light of the Great Path, and many cultivators were releasing their own powerful divine wheel of the Great Path. I gave you a chance, but you insist on seeking your own death, Ninghua said, looking at Zongchan. As his voice fell, his body floated above the sky as he released his divine wheel of Great Path. An extremely shocking Grand Seal Divine will suspend it in the sky in an instant, and continued to elevate. At this moment, infinite characters of the seal's spell appeared in the vast space, rained down from the sky, and were everywhere. For a moment, as if this space had now turned into his unique domain of the Great Path, all other powers of the Great Path were bound to be shut down. Buzz! Infinite Grand Seal Divine Light shoot toward every cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower. Giant characters fell as everyone madly releasing their own power of the Great Path. However, as soon as that divine light touched it, their power instantly lost its edge. How powerful! Those who were watching the battle from afar felt nothing but fright. Was this the power of Ninghua, a magnificent character of Donghua domain? He was invincible and incomparable. Confronted with this, Li Changsheng, Zongchan, and the others were looking grave. Li Changsheng was moving forward, and a divine wheel of the ancient tree appeared upon him, with countless branches and leaves reaching toward the divine light of Seal. At the same time, Zongchan was standing high above the sky, facing Ninghua. Numerous stone tablets appeared above the sky and falling down, completely blocking this corner of the sky. Somewhere high above, an ancient door appeared. There was divine light falling on him, so that Zongchan's body was also bathing in radiant divine glory. If no one stopped Ninghua, cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower would be slaughtered, with their power sealed shut and no way to resist the attacks from other Renhuang. In the vast void, the divine tablet and the divine light of Seal collided. Zongchan stared at Ninghua across the air. A brilliant divine light erupted from him, and an ancient door seemed to have opened above the sky. As he stepped out, countless divine gates slammed down instantly, blocking the area where Ninghua was. The gate to world suppression slammed down, turning into a white light, and shot straight toward Ninghua. You ask for it. Ninghua spat out in an icy voice. When his voice fell, countless divine light and the characters of the seal spell went straight forward, turning into a massive seal pattern, traversing the sky like a divine matrix. Boom, the white light slammed down, and the gate to world suppression blasted upon the grand seal divine matrix, causing it to tremble violently. Furthermore, Zongchan's body was connected to the divine gate above the sky. Countless divine light shot out, and those endless divine gates overlapped again and again with the attacking gates. The repeated slamming down was causing cracks to appear in the Grand Seal divine matrix. When Ninghua saw this, he was rather surprised. As someone who was his equal in Donghua heavens, Zongchan indeed had considerable strength. If it wasn't him, Zongchan would be an unparalleled figure. Unfortunately, there would only be dead ends for him today. The infinite great path of divine light flowed inside Ninghua's body, as if he was now a Grand Seal divine body. Even more radiant divine light of Seal fell on the seal pattern, repaired and reinforced the Grand Seal divine matrix that was broken up. His figure floated forward, and he put his hand on the Grand Seal divine matrix. Suddenly, the divine light of the matrix became brightened in an instant, engulfing the void. All the gates to world suppression that were attacking were surrounded and bound by that Grand Seal divine light. The divine light of the Grand Seal Great Path engulfed the void and swallowed toward Zongchan, causing the power of the gate to world suppression to be weakened continuously. But Ninghua did not stop his movements. Another palm print fell, and a divine light split the gate to world suppression from the middle, and multiple divine gates were shattered into nothingness, exploding frantically. He continued to step forward, and his eyes stared into Zongchan's eyes. Suddenly, the divine light of the Grand Seal invaded him, and Zongchan immediately felt that his spiritual will and spiritual soul were about to be sealed shut, and that his whole world was now turned into a sealed world. Its power of the Great Path was everywhere, like a prison that intended to imprison his spiritual will, imprison his soul and his body with nowhere to run. Chapter 2068 the killing spree. Among the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, besides Zongchan, others such as Li Changsheng, Goddess Donglai, Alchemy Emperor, the clan leader of the Lung family, and Blade Demon were all powerful combatants. But the number of their opponents was still greater. After all, they were facing a combined force from 4 sides. At this time, Yi Futian was on one side of the battlefield, looking at the Renhuangs surrounding him. Those from the ancient royal family of Yan, the Lingshao Palace, and many other Renhuang from the Yan family had their eyes on him as the primary target. This was the consensus among several major principalities. They must take down Yi Futian. An incomparably splendid divine brilliance bloomed from Yi Futian. An extraordinary imperial glory radiated from him. Yi Futian, at this moment, was like a son of God bathing in infinite divine light. Strong murderous intent filled his radiant eyes. The surrounding cultivators were shocked, including those from the ancient royal family of Yan and other forces. Their heartbeats quickened as they felt this power at close range. It was as if he was the master of the great path who would not be denied. It's the will of the emperor. Many cultivators trembled fiercely. Yi Futian actually possessed the will of the emperor. How could this be possible? Never mind those who were around. Even those cultivators of all sides who came from far away were in shock. The masters had stayed behind for battle at the domain chief's manor, but their progeny hurried along to this battlefield, wanting to see what was happening here. At least, the situation here would not affect them. When they saw Yi Futian releasing the imperial glory from his person, it had caused a great disturbance in their hearts. Who was this sword emperor Liuyan, who seemed to have come out of nowhere? Why did he possess the will of the great emperor? Was he really just an heir of supreme being Donglai? At this moment, many were wondering about Yi Futian's true identity. How many great emperors were there in this world? In the land of divine prefecture, as far as they knew, there was only one person in the imperial realm, and that was the supreme being who had unified divine prefecture, Donghuang the Great himself. Yi Liuyan's name was unheard of before. It is as if he came out of nowhere. He may have other identities, someone suggested. The first time I saw him was on Eastern Deity Island at Penglai Continent, and he was just an unknown back then. Now it seems that he may be a descendant of some hermits, or that he had some fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, as an ordinary casual Renhuang cultivator, such strength is unlikely, Jiang Jiuming also said. Everyone had many opinions about this, and their hearts were extremely disturbed. At this moment, Yan Hanqing knew how Yi Futian had killed Yan Dongyang and other cultivators in the secret zone. It turned out that he was much stronger than he could have imagined. Li Changsheng and Zongchan, who were in the midst of fighting, also sensed the situation with Yi Futian. Sure enough, this junior brother of theirs was just as he had expected. He was not an ordinary man, which he had always suspected. Above the sky, a gigantic pattern of yin and yang appeared. The aura of the infinite great path between the vast heaven and earth flowed toward the yin-yang pattern. As the pattern grew, it began to cover the sky above the Lung family compound, with strands of divine brilliance falling. They were similar to sword intents, but were filled with the power of yin and yang. There was the terrifying divine fire of Wudong, as well as the ultimate power of yin that hid within the sword chi. Kill! Yi Futian surveyed the crowd. Suddenly, divine light burst out of the yin-yang pattern above the sky and blasted toward the Renhuang of the other side, launching a group attack, covering all opponents at once. All the Renhuang from the Yan family were covered within, and among them, Renhuang below the 8th realm looked up in horror as the threat of death was upon them. Roar! At this moment, the dragon's chants resounded through the void, shattering mountains and rivers. They seemed to pulverize this space outright as the sky and earth were being torn apart. one Renhuang of the Sixth Realm was protected by the true dragon. His divine wheel of the Great Path was a divine dragon that was protecting his body. But the yin-yang pattern rained down divine light as sizzling sounds were heard. The body of the divine dragon shattered right away, as fragile as a thin film that could not withstand a blow. Divine glory pierced through the defense and landed on the opponent's body. No! A scream was heard, and that Renhuang turned into dust and disappeared under the divine glory of swordsmanship. But it wasn't just him. The crowd discovered to their horror that cultivators below the realm of Upper Renhuang had all disappeared, like dust and smoke. What was in front of them was so shocking that, in a blink of an eye, Renhuang that were around Yi Futian were reduced by more than half as they were massacred. There was an Upper Renhuang of the Seventh Realm who was madly resisting, and at the same time his body drifted backward with incredible speed. He was already 100 miles away in a flash. However, the yin-yang pattern above had obscured the sky and the sun. That light of catastrophe seemed to have locked onto his body and rained down the destructive divine glory. It seemed to shuttle through the space. Even though it was hundreds of miles away, it still penetrated through directly. A powerful Upper Renhuang of the Seventh Realm was equally fragile. What level of offensive power is this? The cultivators in the distance never felt so scared. The power of the Great Path was torn to pieces like paper. The most frightening thing was that this was a mass attack, a killing spree on a large scale. In this short while, dozens of Renhuang perished. It was a day of reckoning for them. The cultivators of the Yen family fared the worst. Generally speaking, their strength was relatively weaker compared to the others, and they were right at the center of the fight. In addition, Yi Futian deliberately retaliated against them, so he didn't hold back. In just a moment, there weren't many Renhuang left from the Yen family. The surrounding cultivators thought that this was the price of participating in the struggle among top forces. Participating without the requisite confidence and strength was all but equivalent to death. Even as these cultivators were surrounded to attack those from Wangshan Watchtower, they could not vanquish them. In the first confrontation, followed by Yi Futian's attack, the Yen family had lost over half of their Renhuang in these two fights. They had borne the brunt of the most damage. In this battle, although the Yen family destroyed the Lung family with whom they had long had grudges, they themselves didn't fare much better in the end. "Kill him," clan leader Yen said coldly. He himself was tangled up with clan leader Lung, and when he saw the cultivators of his clan being slaughtered thus, his eyes were full of strong, murderous intent. When his words fell, those Upper Renhuang from the Yen family who were still alive walked toward Yi Futian. Among them were 2 Renhuang of the Eighth Realm and 5 Renhuang of the Seventh Realm. It was a terrifying group for sure. They took out long spears at the same time and launched them toward Yi Futian. The golden dragon spear cut through the void, piercing through it, and descended instantly in front of Yi Futian. In a short while a terrifying storm appeared in front of Yi Futian, which seemed to be stirred up by a terrible dragon. Boom! The imperial glory of the great emperor was released. Yi Futian's body seemed to have been transformed into a golden divine tree, which strengthened his spiritual will to its extreme. This was the divine tree obtained from Eastern Deity Island. A boundless and majestic breath came out from it as the branches and leaves of the divine tree reached into the surrounding spaces, engulfing those attacking dragon's shadows. Those dragon shadows were coming fast with great momentum, as if they were mowing down the divine tree, madly tearing at its branches and leaves. However, those branches and vines seemed endless, spreading into the far distance at an even faster speed, covering this corner of the sky. In an instant, within a radius of hundreds of miles, it was full of branches and leaves from the divine tree. A towering divine tree of thousands of meters stood between heaven and earth. The yin-yang pattern above rained on the catastrophic light of the Great Path, forming a horrific closed loop. In the space of this closed loop, there were two completely different auras from the power of yin and power of yang. For all the cultivators trapped in it, they felt an extreme discomfort, as if this was Yi Futian's great path field, and no power between heaven and earth could come into it. Boom! Another world of starry skies appeared in this space, surrounded by stars. At this moment, Yi Futian stood there like the master of this world. Even a Ren Huang of the Eight Realm felt the threat of death. Yi Futian at this moment was extremely dangerous. Buzz! The infinite divine brilliance fell down, attacking those cultivators. The branches and vines also reached into the crowd at the same time. The bodies of those several cultivators of the seventh realm were swallowed up, then obliterated by the light from the yin-yang pattern, without a trace. At the same time, Yi Futian's body was moving. He stepped across the void to attack a cultivator of the eighth realm. A golden divine flame appeared around the cultivator, burning the vines that rolled towards him. There was a terrible golden divine dragon around him. He was holding a dragon spear with the golden flame. The light of catastrophe fell from the void, and the dragon spear in his hand pierced into the sky, turning into terrifying light beams. But at the same time, Yi Futian, who was coming toward him, slapped his left hand forward. Suddenly, infinite numbers of starry stone tablets came down, like ancient divine gates. There was also the sound of Buddha lingering, which bewitched the soul. The other was clad in a golden dragon armor, and the divine flaming dragon spear danced in his hands. The banging sound continued as each of the stone tablets exploded and shattered. The man's spear method was astounding. But at this moment, Yi Futian appeared in front of him. With another palm strike, it sent him into the starry world, while the ancient divine tablets and the golden divine elephants coming down at him. Although his spear method was domineering, after his spear strike, he saw Yi Futian in the void. He was godlike. He couldn't help wondering in his heart, how could a Ren Huang of the fourth realm be so threatening to him? Boom! A divine tablet came from the starry sky and was pierced by his spear again. But in the next moment, he saw a pair of icy eyes that caused his thoughts to pause for a moment. Just as he broke free from its constraint, he saw more divine tablets slamming down. Suddenly, he felt a powerful sense of danger. When he stabbed the spear again, a shadow of the spear flashed away, and he realized that something was terribly wrong and tried to get away. Bang! With a loud sound, the divine tablet that was smashing down was broken open again by him, but he felt an extreme chill as a shadow flashed away. The next moment, he saw a man with a spear appearing in front of him, and that spear had already gone into his forehead. How could one person possess so many powerful abilities, and every one of them threaten his life until he was finally terminated by a single strike? This was the last thought in his mind. In the next moment, his skull burst as his soul and spirit dispersed. The other two cultivators of the eighth realm were still being restrained by the power inside the realm of the Great Path. They were a little hopeless to see the death of their companion. The person who was killed was the strongest person next to their clan leader, but Yi Futian had killed him. Could they have any hope to survive this? In this battle, would the Yen family of Donghua Heavens become history? Chapter 2069, The One to Die. Yi Futian, alone, controlled one side of the battlefield, killing many Ren Huang. But the vast area centered around the Lung family compound had expanded to hundreds of miles, with several battlegrounds in action. In the battlefield area where Yi Futian was located, he focused on killing the Yen family's cultivators. However, comparatively speaking, Wangshan Watchtower was still much weaker. This time, in addition to the Yen family that acted as the interceptor, the forces that came to chase after them also included the cultivators from the Domain Chief's Manor, the Yen Kingdom, and Lingshao Palace. This kind of opposition was far stronger than what Wangshan Watchtower could match. They were not really on the same level, and many extraordinary characters were extremely powerful. Take Domain Chief's Manor, for example. In addition to Ninghua, there was a middle Renhuang of the sixth realm with incredible strength. He possessed a perfect great path. He was known as the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor, who looked around middle age with excellent combat effectiveness. He had been cultivating for many years and was much older than Ninghua. However, his realm was not anywhere close to that of Ninghua's. Even so, each of his realms had a solid foundation, which made his combat effective, particularly terrifying. Even inside the Domain Chief's manor, he enjoyed unusually high regard and position. Before entering the Domain Chief's manor, he had already made his name in the Donghua heavens. There was only one purpose for entering the Domain Chief's manor. After breaking into the realm of Upper Renhuang, one could still maintain the perfection of the Great Path, thus reaching the strongest realm to experience the three catastrophes of the gods. At this time, several Renhuang from the Lung family and Wangshan Watchtower had already perished by his hand. He cultivated in swordsmanship and the great path of space until he finally formed one-of-a-kind swordsmanship. He had studied many books in Donghua Pavilion, mastered and comprehended all the great swordsmanship methods, and blended them all into his own abilities. He realized and created superb swordsmanship, the Thousand Arms Divine Sword, and because of this he was known as the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor. In the void, the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor was attacking a Renhuang. As he allowed his swordsmanship to bloom, there seemed to be 1,000 arms swinging the swords at the same time above the sky. Thousands of sword shadows were actually real sword strikes. He was attacking a Renhuang of the seventh realm from the Lung family. The light of the swords was shining, and the sword of the hurricane created countless terrible space storms in the sky. The light of the swords tore through the space and slashed towards those thousands of sword shadows. Many sword shadows shattered, but there was one that seemed endless. No matter how fast he swung the sword out, it was not faster than the many swords that were formed by a single thought. The light of the sword quickly extinguished, and divine swords pierced through the void. In an instant, that Renhuang of the seventh realm let out a pitiful scream as he was penetrated by countless divine swords. He then turned into dust and smoke, his soul and spirit dispersed, and nothing was left of him. Ever since the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor entered the Domain Chief's manor to cultivate, he had kept a low profile. People seldom hear of him, but his strength was getting more terrifying. Each sword from the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor bloomed with swordsmanship that seemed to be from the full strength of an Upper Renhuang. His one sword was like tens of thousands of swords, someone said thoughtfully. In this battle, there were many powerful characters. This Thousand Arms Sword Emperor had not been noticed by many, but his strength was, in fact, mighty. However, the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor continued moving forward as his eyes locked onto the other Renhuang. A coldness flashed through his eyes. Wangshan Watchtower had made an enemy of the Domain Chief's manor, so death was the only outcome. How could he allow anyone to live? However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor, blocking his way. The Thousand Arms Sword Emperor was stunned for a moment as he looked at the man that appeared in front of him. This man was not cultivating in Wangshan Watchtower, but a well-known figure in the Donghua heavens. He was the one who fought with Yi Futian at the Donghua banquet, Chen Yi. Obviously, the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor did not expect him to be here. He knew of Chen Yi as a Renhuang cultivator of the fifth realm who possessed perfect great path and extraordinary strength. He was regarded as one of the Donghua heaven's top geniuses, someone who could match him. This matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? The Thousand Arms Sword Emperor said to Chen Yi. No, it doesn't. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Then, why do you seek your own demise? Thousand Arms Sword Emperor was quite surprised and asked with some curiosity. He couldn't figure out why someone so outstanding would want to get involved in this deadly conflict. Although Chen Yi was very strong, so was he. Both of them were enchanting figures of Donghua heavens, men with the perfect great paths. However, his realm was far greater than Qin Yi's, and in his opinion, if Chen Yi wanted to stop him, Qin Yi would definitely be the one to die. He couldn't quite understand why a man like Chen Yi would get involved for the sake of those at Wangshan Watchtower. No one in their right mind would do this. Furthermore, he was someone with infinite potential. Whether he chose to enter Donghua Academy or the domain chief's manor, he would most definitely be valued. In the future, he would have the opportunity to pursue the supreme realm as a master lording over his own domain. Not only did the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor himself unable to understand his motive, so were those many people watching in the distance. They now observed the battlefield over there with some curiosity. Why did Qin Yi step out to help Wangshan Watchtower? Because of that battle with Yi Futian at Donghua Banquet. Even if this was the case, it was not enough for him to forsake his own life. We haven't fought yet. How do you know that I would be the one to die? Chen Yi looked at the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor and asked him rhetorically. The Thousand Arms Sword Emperor saw a glimmer of light in Qin Yi's eyes. It was as if he had contained within him an extraordinary self-confidence. This was a man who was extremely confident in himself. Of course, he was justified in his belief in himself. But this time, Chen Yi was facing him, and the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor couldn't understand where his confidence was coming from. With a smile, the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor asked again, "I'm just curious. Why do you want to help them?" He couldn't seem to puzzle out this question. "Because I don't like how this is going." Qin Yi responded with a smile. "Is that reason enough?" The Thousand Arms Sword Emperor still couldn't understand, but he didn't plan to either. So he smiled and swung his sword. With a turn of his thought, the shadows of 1,000 swords appeared. Qin Yi saw thousands of divine swords slashing toward him as if every sword was different. However, under the shadow of all of them, the space he was in was torn into countless segments. There was nowhere for him to escape. In fact, few were able to get out alive under the Thousand Arms divine sword. Buzz! Chen Yi released an extremely brilliant light, and the divine wheel of the great path bloomed. Rays of light and shadow bloomed outward, and the light was everywhere in all directions. No corners could escape it. They collided with the 1,000-fold sword shadow that came smashing in. For a moment, the space where Chen Yi was filled with terrifying destructive power. The Thousand Arms Sword Emperor lowered his head to look at the battlefield. The Path of Light was a powerful great path ability, but there was a gap between realms. He didn't think the other could best him. His arms stretched out and formed a sword seal. At this moment, the great path resonated, and the vast world transformed into a sword domain that shrouded a boundless space, swallowing Chen Yi within. In this space, just with the finger movements of the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor, 1,000 arms seemed to appear between heaven and earth, swinging swords at the same time. Each sword was different, but bloomed at the same moment, slashing toward Chen Yi from different directions. The cultivators in the distance felt their hearts trembled. Under the Thousand Arms divine sword, its divine light traversed the space, cutting through the void, and could strangulate a space in just an instant. Everything inside would turn into dust and disappear forever. The sword of the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor erupted with an astonishing howl, piercing through the eardrums of those who heard it. Faintly, the sound waves that tore through the space could be detected. It was terrifying. The light of the sword aurora shattered under the sword's shadow, and countless divine swords converged toward where Chen Yi was. It was as if he was the place where the 1,000 Arms divine swords meet, the absolute center. When this sword strike fell, Chen Yi would surely turn into dust with nothing left. Thousands of divine swords arrived instantly, but Chen Yi seemed not to see them, as he merely stood there quietly. In the next moment, a divine light burst from Chen Yi's body, and as this light bloomed, all those looking at the battlefield were blinded temporarily. When they looked there again, Chen Yi's temperament seemed to have morphed. The cultivators far away were all attracted by the battlefield Chen Yi was on. They focused their eyes on him and saw him emitting brilliant divine light from his body and illuminated the entire area. The divine light obliterated anything it touched on the way and broke the 1,000 arms divine sword that was cutting him into pieces. Everyone was trembling, astonished. Although they already knew that Chen Yi was a legendary genius who possessed extraordinary combat ability, they were still staggered when they saw with their own eyes what he was capable of. The top cultivators' eyes were also glued on Chen Yi. It was such a dazzling scene that even they felt their hearts pounding with excitement. "Who is this Chen Yi?" Jiang Yueli muttered. It seemed that Chen Yi intentionally hid his ability at the Donghua banquet. He didn't exert his full strength during his fight with Yi Futian. Neither did Yi Futian, of course. That was already an astonishing match. At this moment, it took Yi Futian and Chen Yi by surprise that both of them were hiding their capacities and were able to wield more power. It was a shocking discovery. He probably has a special constitution, a natural-born body of the Great Path, someone said in a low voice. Illumining body of the Great Path? Jiang Yueli said, "Some people were born with a body of the Great Path suitable for a certain type of worldly Great Path. These people were destined to forge a perfect Great Path since they were blessed by the heavenly path." The onlookers realized that Chen Yi might be one of the blessed ones. That could explain why he was able to command so much power. If that's the case, Chen Yi may be stronger than the 1,000 arms Sword Emperor. With his talents, no wonder he isn't willing to join the Domain Chief's Manor or the Donghua Academy. But why would he help Wangshan Watchtower? Jiang Yueli asked with a curious look on her gorgeous face. She was a little puzzled. After all, based on talents and abilities Chen Yi had displayed, Chen Yi was easily one of the best cultivators in the entire Donghua domain. However, it didn't seem that he had a close relationship with Wangshan Watchtower. The only interaction between them was that one fight he had with Yi Futian at the Donghua banquet. This was probably a mystery that no one could figure out. Only Chen Yi knew the reason behind this. Maybe he told the truth. He hated to see such things and intervened on the spur of the moment. On the battlefield, the 1,000 arms divine sword was smashed to smithereens at the touch of the divine light. The 1,000 arms Sword Emperor could only see unparalleled beams of divine light charging at him. He couldn't open his eyes and was blinded by the light. On top of that, a ray of light invaded his mind and paralyzed his brain for a short moment. It threw the 1,000 arms Sword Emperor into a panic. He felt a palpable sense of danger from the depths of his heart. He brandished the 1,000 arms Sword Emperor again. But the divine light radiated from Chen Yi moved too fast. It already reached the 1,000 arms Sword Emperor by the time he caught sight of it. The 1,000 arms sword realm was penetrated through and torn apart. In a split second, countless beams of the divine light pierced through the body of the 1,000 arms Sword Emperor and turned transparent. The 1,000 arms Sword Emperor looked down at his body and couldn't believe it was really happening. The beams of the divine light bored through him and made his body disappear, gradually. He raised his head in astonishment and stared at Chen Yi, who was dazzling like the god of light. How could he be so powerful? The 1,000 arms Sword Emperor couldn't believe that he would meet his end in such a way. He was one of the best cultivators in the Donghua domain and a superstar in the Domain Chief's Manor. Apart from Ninghua, few people could be a match for him. He was going to prove his path to the pinnacle in the future. How could he lay down his life here? The divine light shone brilliantly as the body of the 1,000 arms Sword Emperor crumbled to bits and was eventually turned into a cloud of dust that dissipated as if he never existed at all. 1,000 arms Sword Emperor was killed. The audience far away, including the ones from the top forces, was appalled by the scene. It felt surreal to watch a legendary Renhuang like the 1,000 arms Sword Emperor being slaughtered here. The domain chief's manor suffered a great loss while hunting down cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower. Both sides were inflamed and attacked each other with no mercy. Qin Yi didn't stop after the Thousand Arms Sword Emperor was killed. He almost transformed himself into a flash of light. The divine light radiating from his body contained horrifying killing power and directly shone upon many Renhuangs from the domain chief's manor. At this point, no one but the high-level Renhuangs could survive the divine light. They were turned into dust as soon as the divine light touched their bodies. It looked quite similar to how Yi Futian dealt with the Renhuangs from the Great Yen. So powerful, even people far away were shaking in their shoes. Qin Yi dares to massacre cultivators from the domain chief's manor. He is insane. Some people had a hard time processing what just happened. Why would someone like Qin Yi annoy the domain chief's manor? He could have kept himself out of their business. Why did he insist on getting involved in a storm that had nothing to do with him in the first place? Qin Yi's action brought him a blood feud with the domain chief's manor. How could the domain chief's manor let him off in the future? In fact, even cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower didn't understand why Qin Yi would do such a thing. "Qin Yi, do you know what you're doing?" Someone from the domain chief's manor bellowed at him from afar. Of course. Qin Yi raised his head and darted a glance at them. The person shouting at him was an 8th Order Renhuang. However, Qin Yi didn't show any fear at all and charged at him like a streak of light. Furious, the 8th Order Renhuang unleashed his great path to fight against Qin Yi. Nevertheless, a dead body fell from the sky in a little while. The 8th Order Renhuang was slew by Qin Yi. Qin Yi is also capable of killing 8th Order Renhuangs, just like Yi Lianyan. Besides Ninghua, the best cultivator in the Donghua heavens, 2 more legendary fighters emerged during this battle. Yi Futian had the will of the emperor, and Qin Yi had the illumining body of the great path. One was a 4th Order Renhuang, who could do away with high-level Renhuang at the 8th Order. Yi Futian and Qin Yi made many cultivators from top forces feel ashamed for not being able to hold a candle to the 2 of them. Bang! At this point, the crowd was startled by a deafening noise coming from somewhere. They looked in that direction and heard a voice bellowed with menace. "You're courting death. Zongchan is in danger." People saw that it was Ninghua speaking. He knocked Zongchan down and severely injured him. Although Zongchan was a prominent cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower, he couldn't stand firm against Ninghua. Bleeding from his mouth, Zongchan could feel the blood force rolling and surging in his body. The gate to world suppression was bust. The entire area was enveloped by the Grand Seal Divine Matrix in the sky. Ninghua shot a dark glance at Qin Yi. Since Qin Yi begged to be killed, he would certainly grant his wish. Chapter 2071 Zongchan's Death. Ninghua's eyes were filled with malice. He was determined to kill Zongchan before making a move on Qin Yi. His eyes focused on Zongchan, who he had severely injured. The infinite divine light of the seals enveloped Zongchan's body right away and invaded his spiritual soul. As a result, Zongchan's power of the Great Path was largely restricted. Although Zongchan and Ninghua were equally famous, their power was not on the same level. Zongchan's Great Path was overwhelmed by Ninghua. Adding to his injury, he no longer had the ability to hold out against Ninghua. Ninghua outstretched his hand and shot the divine light of the seals from his palm. The divine light of the seals fell on Zongchan's body and transfigured into a giant ancient rune, seal. Zongchan was immobilized, and the entire area he was in was locked down. Zongchan was incapable of saving himself at this point. Ninghua folded the fingers tightly into his palm. A frightening storm gathered around his fist and swirled like a horrifying black hole. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. Trudging through the space, he walked toward Zongchan. "Watch out." Li Changsheng was facing Yan Hanqing. the crown prince of the great Yan ancient royal family. But he had to ignore Yan Hanqing when he saw that Zhongchan was in grave danger. As a result, he took a hit from Yan Hanqing. He also seized the opportunity and raced in Zhongchan's direction. His power of the Great Path already reached Zhongchan before he could physically get to him. Countless vines and leaves crawled toward Ninghua, each of them like an extremely sharp sword that could slash the sky. They fired on Ninghua mercilessly. Bang! Ninghua rushed through the vines and leaves with crushing force. The glaring divine light of the seals slowed down the attack charging at him. Li Changxing's face changed. It was too late. Buzz! Another figure rushed over like a flash of light. He was even faster than Li Changxing and pounced on Ninghua with blinding divine light. It was Chunyi. He was available to come and help at this moment since he just slaughtered his opponent. Ninghua raised his left hand and pushed it toward Chunyi, who was jumping on him from above. His hand changed into a seal pattern and shut off the space like the heaven-locking divine matrix. Countless swords of light rained on the pattern, yet couldn't penetrate the divine matrix. The divine matrix was engraved with innumerable runes, each of which emitted exceptionally brilliant light that sealed off the area. Even the power of light couldn't get through. Who could stop the absolute power and the ultimate great path? Bang! Chun Yi's body fell on the pattern on the divine matrix and broke some of the seals. But the gigantic pattern was still sturdy and secure. Chun Yi was not on the same cultivation level as Ninghua and couldn't force himself through Ninghua's defense. They were not in the same league, after all. There is no need to rush. I will deal with you after Zhongchan. Ninghua glanced at Chun Yi and said. He was still moving forward with unstoppable force while speaking. Li Changxing still wanted to help Zhongchan, but the crown prince of the great Yan ancient royal family was not easy to handle either. Yan Hanqing chased Li Changxing and launched a series of onslaughts to deprive him of any chance to lend a hand. Despite the willing hearts of the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, they couldn't rush over to help Zhongchan. Only Chun Yi and Yi Futian had demonstrated overwhelming power and vanquished their opponents. Everyone else on the battlefield was subdued. Even a powerful cultivator like Zhongchan was brought to his knees by Ninghua. Several ninth-order cultivators concentrated on dealing with enemies at the same cultivation level from the domain chief's manor, the Great Yan and the Lingshao Palace. They were in danger themselves and had no spare moment to aid Zhongchan. Nevertheless, a long spear showed up in front of Ninghua at this moment. Yi Futian came into sight along with the spear. He unleashed unparalleled intent of battle and bombarded Ninghua's body with the divine light. The spear shattered the space and shocked the entire battlefield. Bang! With a deafening bang, Ninghua's fist smashed on the spear and made it shake violently. The power of Yin invaded Ninghua's body, but Ninghua emitted the sweeping divine light of the seals and looked directly into Yi Futian's eyes. Ninghua's arm trembled for a moment, but kept moving forward. At this point, Yi Futian felt as if the great path was shattered, and waves of energy burst out and spurted into his body through the spear. The seal's spells rained on him, and the divine light of the seals penetrated his defense. Bang! Yi Futian was flung away. He gave a low moan and threw up a mouthful of blood in midair. After all, he was 3 levels lower than Ninghua, who was definitely not an ordinary Renhuang. The power of the seal spread through Yi Futian's body. He felt like he couldn't gather his strength for a moment. Ninghua glared at him with his cold and fierce eyes. Are you all eager to die? Ninghua's robe was flapping in the wind. He was arrogant and domineering like a living legend. He was unrivaled and unstoppable on this battlefield. He would kill them one by one if they all delivered themselves to him. Ninghua released even more terrifying divine light from his body and moved forward again. He arrived in front of Zongchan with one step. At this point, Ninghua seemed like a relentless god. Bang, bang, bang. Although Zongchan's great path was suppressed, he managed to muster the last of his strength and summoned several divine monuments, which tumbled over Ninghua. The ancient runes bloomed on top of Ninghua's divine wheel of the great path, fell upon the divine monuments, making them shake violently. Then Ninghua raised his hands and launched the counterattack. The divine monuments exploded at once. Ninghua turned himself into a blurred shadow and came upon Zongchan. As the divine light of the seals blazing down from the sky, Zongchan shook uncontrollably, struggling to free himself from Ninghua's power. He looked up and glared at Ninghua with unyielding determination. "It's not your fault you were born at the wrong time," said Ninghua. He disappeared in a second. With an exploding sound, everyone saw Ninghua appeared in front of Zongchan. His unrelenting fist will punched through Zongchan's divine wheel of the great path and his body. "Younger brother," Li Chongxing shouted. Although he could always remain calm in the past, no matter what kind of situation he was in, he was seized by grief and rage at this moment, his eyes bloodshot. In the meanwhile, he was hit by Yan Hanqing and hurled away. He glared in Zongchan's direction, even as he was retching blood. Li Chongxing was not the only one. Everyone was watching Zongchan. Zongchan of Wangshan Watchtower was one of the 4 prominent cultivators in the Donghua domain. He was a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path and seemed to be destined to reach the top of the world and become a master in the Donghua domain. Would he meet his end here today? His body was punched through. A translucent and illusory figure appeared. It was Zongchan's spiritual soul who tried to escape. Nonetheless, Ninghua closed his hand and emitted the divine light of the seals, which immobilized Zongchan's spiritual soul. The translucent figure squirmed and distorted, yet couldn't break free. Ninghua didn't leave Zongchan any chance. He threw another punch and unleashed the shredding divine light. Zongchan's spiritual soul shattered and evaporated. His physical body also dropped and was crushed. A remarkable cultivator of Wangshan Watchtower and a future master drew his last breath in this battle. He was slaughtered by Ninghua, the legendary genius of the Donghua domain. Such a scene seemed surreal to many people. They started to realize that perhaps the domain chief's manor had set out to attack Wangshan Watchtower. Otherwise, why would Ninghua kill Zongchan with such decisiveness? Zongchan's death shocked the cultivators on the battlefield. After all, Zongchan was a genius who was expected to become the best of the Donghua domain. Nevertheless, Ninghua slaughtered him before he could reach the top of the world. Jiang Yueli, who was on a par with Zongchan as one of the 4 prominent cultivators in the Donghua domain, was especially discomposed. She gazed in Zongchan's direction, waves of emotion surging in her heart. It felt surreal that Zongchan had just lost his life like this. Ninghua was so domineering and didn't show any mercy. He killed Zongchan at once without giving him any chance to fight back. Jiang Yueli started to believe the Millet Emperor's words now. The chief of the domain chief's manor might already be a player in the game and had been targeting Wangshan Watchtower since the beginning. Considering everything that had happened so far, Jiang Yueli had more confidence in this speculation now. If that was the case, the Lingxiao Palace might have an ulterior motive behind their constant attempts to approach them. Ling even showed romantic interest in Qin Qing. Their chief was quite an ambitious and pushy man. It seemed that he intended to grip all the forces in the entire Donghua domain in his hand. Ninghua appeared to have inherited the same ambition and behaved in an even more forceful way. After all, he had gained fame as the best cultivator in the Donghua domain a long time ago. Jiang Yueli had an ominous feeling. A person like Ninghua naturally would make her feel suspicious and alarmed. Since Zongchan had died, there was one less extraordinary cultivator in the Donghua domain now. It looked like Wangshan Watchtower was destined to have a tragic ending. The cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower scattered around the battlefield were inundated by a fury of indignation and grief. But it was useless. Several Renhuangs died in the battle, and they had fewer people now. It seemed that they had no way out at this point. Yi Futian's bloodshot eyes gazed at Zhong Chan's dead body. He felt a spasm of pain in his heart. Although he wasn't particularly close to Zhong Chan, he was always impressed by Zhong Chan's honest character and great magnanimity. On top of that, Zhong Chan had remarkable talents and would have had a boundless future if he didn't lose his life here. Moreover, the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower might all be killed here. None of them could contend with Ning Hua. As strong as Yi Futian was, he only had the ability to kill Renhuangs below the 8th order. He couldn't win against the peak-level Renhuangs for the enormous gap between their cultivation levels. At this point, Ning Hua started to attack Qin Yi. The divine light penetrated the void with all speed. Thankfully, Qin Yi also moved like a whirlwind. A flash of light illuminated the sky. Ning Hua's attack didn't catch up to Qin Yi. "You need to leave." At this moment, Yi Futian heard a voice coming through the void. It was Qin Yi. Yi Futian raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Qin Yi was standing in midair and staring at him. Ning Hua was watching them from the other side. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and sheer malice. Since both Qin Yi and Yi Futian wanted to die, he would certainly grant their wish. "Other people from Wangshan Watchtower might still have a chance if you leave with me. Ning Hua will definitely chase after you. Everyone would die if you stayed here," Qin Yi added. Yi Futian knew that he was telling the truth. No one could contend with Ning Hua's unstoppable force. The Wangshan Watchtower could only have a slim chance of survival if he took to his heels and lured Ning Hua away. Besides, it was meaningless for him to stay here. His inferior cultivation level determined that he could not defeat Ning Hua at this point and would die sooner or later. Okay. Yi Futian understood that he didn't have to hesitate at this moment. He nodded decisively in agreement and was ready to leave. Qin Yi released a beam of extremely dazzling divine light upon hearing Yi Futian's answer. The light temporarily blinded everyone's eyes. Even Ning Hua had to use his hands to shield his eyes for a moment. Ning Hua seemed to have realized that something was wrong. The blinding divine light disappeared the next moment. So did Yi Futian, who streaked away at breakneck speed like a bolt of lightning. "Humph!" Ning Hua snorted. Yi Futian wanted to escape. Ning Hua let Yi Futian get away in the secret zones because of the mountains standing in the way. Did Yi Futian think that he could make off again this time? Ning Hua took a step forward and locked on Yi Futian with his divine consciousness. His body turned into a shadow as he chased after Yi Futian like blazes. Yan Hanqing and many other cultivators originally wanted to pursue Yi Futian, but they remained on the battlefield when they saw Ning Hua ran after him. They were absolutely confident about Ning Hua's ability. There was no point for them to chase after Yi Futian if Ning Hua couldn't catch him. Yi Futian would die without a doubt. Ning Hua would not let him get off alive. Yan Hanqing looked at Li Changxing and said, "Since Wangshan Watchtower is eager to be destroyed, we will wipe you out today." "Folks!" a woman's voice rang out at this moment. Yan Hanqing and the others looked in the direction of the voice. It was Jiang Yueli, the legendary cultivator from the divine palace of fluttering snow. She stood in the sky far away and watched the battlefield intently with her beautiful eyes, said, "Zhong Chan was the best disciple of Wangshan Watchtower. Since he is dead and Ning Hua has already gone to chase after Yi Liunyan, why do you have to kill everyone here?" The crowd focused their eyes on Jiang Yueli. As the first disciple of the sword goddess and possibly the most powerful one of the 4 prominent cultivators of the Donghua domain, Jiang Yueli's words carried a lot of weight. She was an 8th Order Renhuang with a perfect great path. Even Ning Hua might not be able to win against her. To some extent, Jiang Yueli was in the same league as Ning Hua, second only to the master cultivators in the Donghua domain. She was one step away from reaching the pinnacle. Now, she pleaded on behalf of the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower herself. The chief is kind and generous and didn't want to quibble with the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower before. Since Yi Futian is the one who violated the chief's order, it would be enough if Ning Hua could capture him. Moreover, Zongchan passed away, and Wangshan Watchtower has lost more than half of their men. As the chief who presides over the entire Donghua domain, he probably doesn't want you to start a massacre right here. I'm afraid that the chief might have a hard time explaining the mass execution if the great emperor heard about it and sent people here to inquire, Jiang Yueli continued. Jiang Yueli had a point. The Renhuangs from the domain chief's manor pondered over the issue. An elder took a glance at the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, who either died or severely injured. Zongchan was dead, and Ning Hua was already hunting down Chen Yi and Yi Futian. It was indeed meaningless for them to keep slaughtering the rest of the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, who probably couldn't hold any sway anyway. Stop, a high-level elder ordered. The cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family and the Lingxiao Palace all packed in. Wangshan Watchtower was in a disadvantageous position and certainly wouldn't pick a fight on their own initiative. As furious as they were, they had no choice but to suppress their emotion. At this point, they could only hope for the Millet Emperor to be safe. Since the goddess has spoken, we will let you live as you are not the culprits. You sabotaged the Donghua banquet held by the chief. I hope you can conduct yourselves well in the future. Otherwise, even if the chief is generous enough to spare you, other people in the domain chief's manor will not let you off lightly, a 9th Order Renhuang from the domain chief's manor announced loudly. They decided to stop. It wasn't absolutely necessary to kill these people. Moreover, the great emperor indeed might send people over to inquire into this matter. It would be easier for the chief to explain if they didn't wipe out Wangshan Watchtower right now. The cultivators from the great Yan ancient royal family and the Lingxiao Palace stopped unwillingly. Everything would be over as long as the Millet Emperor was killed. Wangshan Watchtower would be eliminated from the Donghua domain, and it didn't matter if they killed his disciples or not. Lucky you, Yan Hanqing said and darted a glance at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng sighed to himself and slightly nodded at Jiang Yueli to show his gratitude. It grieved him to think about their loss, but he recognized that they were indebted to Jiang Yueli since she stopped the massacre. Then, Li Changsheng descended slowly through the air. Drowning in great sorrow, he came to Zongchan's dead body and held him in his arms. Brother Zong was supposed to be the future of Wangshan Watchtower and the master in the coming times. Yet he lost his life here. Wangshan Watchtower would be eliminated, and he had no ability to exact revenge. Li Changsheng raised his head and gazed into the distance where the domain chief's manor was. The only wish he had at this moment was for the Millet Emperor to be alive. Chapter 2073, Mysterious Person. On the other side, Chen Yi and Yi Futian turned themselves into a flash of light and ran away. With lightning speed, they raced a very long distance in a short time. The flash of light streaked through the sky in a straight line, moving for miles in a few seconds. Even so, they still couldn't get rid of Ning Hua. Behind them, Ning Hua was stepping on a golden leaf that was engraved with dazzling patterns of space. The golden leaf turned Ning Hua's body into a beam of golden divine light of space that traversed the void. A line of golden dots appeared on the sky, closely following Chen Yi and Yi Futian at full speed. Taking along a ritual implement of space, Ning Hua chased after Yi Futian and Chen Yi to stop them from escaping. Just like the Renhuangs from the domain chief's manor, Ning Hua didn't care about the fate of other cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower, since he already slaughtered Zongchan, Yi Futian, and Chen Yi were the only ones who still had values to him. Ning Hua was such an arrogant person who considered everything and everyone beneath his notice. In his opinion, even someone like Li Changxing was nothing but a high-level cultivator who didn't possess a perfect great path and didn't deserve his attention. Other Renhuangs from Wangshan Watchtower were a group of nobodies who were nothing different from common folks. He didn't think too highly of Zongchan and killed him without scruples, let alone others. So far, only Yi Futian and Chen Yi seemed to be adequate in his eyes and deserve a little effort. Therefore, he chased after them without hesitation and didn't spare a second of thought for other cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower. This guy is already at the highest level of the Renhuang Plain. Who would have thought that he also brings the finest ritual implement of space with him? Chun Yi's voice rang out from the flash of light. He was a little frustrated since he thought he was fast enough to shake off their pursuer, especially with the help of a ritual implement. Much to Chun Yi's surprise, as a peak-level Renhuang, Ning Hua still carried a ritual implement for speed. He was well prepared to root them out for good. Yi Futian didn't respond. He was still burning with rage and even felt a little guilty. This might not happen so soon if he didn't associate himself with the Millet Emperor. That being said, he also understood that the chief would attack the Wangshan Watchtower sooner or later since he was related to the death of the supreme deity Donglai. After the great Yan ancient royal family made the first move, this would happen eventually. But Yi Futian's involvement surely expedited the process. The most ridiculous thing was that Yi Futian once considered seeking the patronage of the domain chief's manor. Who would have thought that the domain chief's manor that presided over the Donghua domain was the mastermind behind the scheme? At this point, Zongchan was killed, Wangshan Watchtower suffered great casualties, and the Millet Emperor's life was hanging in the balance. They might be fighting a bloody battle in the sealed space of the domain chief's manor right now. Even if the Millet Emperor arrived with the divine stela, Yi Futian didn't believe that he could defeat all three master cultivators. The Millet Emperor might have a chance if it was only Ling Yunzi and Emperor Yan, as long as they didn't bring divine items at the same level. But Chief Ningyuan was also there. Many people believed that the chief was the very best cultivator of the entire Donghua domain. You can't get away. An arrogant voice rang in Chun Yi's and Yi Futian's ears and trembled their spiritual souls. It was as if the Grand Seal Great Path had fallen from the sky. The Great Path had been incorporated into Ning Hua's every move. Even his voice contained its power. "We can't escape this way," Chun Yi said in a low voice, his brows knitted tightly together. Ning Hua was at a higher cultivation level and would catch up to them sooner or later. They were in trouble. However, thanks to the great distance in between, Ning Hua couldn't fire on them with the Great Path, though he could keep track of them. The light would disappear from his sight as soon as he launched an attack. That was why Ning Hua hadn't struck a blow yet. But Ning Hua kept chasing them and wouldn't give up. They traveled an enormous distance at full tilt. Even though they were still inside the Donghua domain, they had been far away from the domain chief's manor. The chase had been going on for an hour. The divine light of the seals fell from the sky continually, attempting to block Chun Yi and Yi Futian. Ning Hua tried multiple times to seal the void, but the speed of the light that was made up of Chun Yi and Yi Futian exceeded the speed of Ning Hua, gathering his power of the Great Path. He couldn't seal them off at once. "How much longer do you plan on running?" Ning Hua spoke to them, his voice reverberating through the void. The flash of light ahead of him was still racing forward in a straight line without stopping for a second. At this moment, Ning Hua frowned and said, "Who is it?" He sensed an extremely strong vibration of the Great Path that was created by a terrifying force. As soon as his voice faded away, a figure came into view in the sky, landed on the ancient peak, and stood there quietly. The person wore a plain robe, his face blurred and indistinguishable, as if he didn't want to reveal his identity. The energy emanated from his body was faint and calm, but nothing ordinary. It seemed to form a harmonious combination with the heavenly path. Chun-Yi and Yi Futian darted across the sky above the person. After all, they didn't dare to stop, since they didn't know who the person was. Ning Hua also charged in that direction. Nevertheless, the person raised his hand and pushed it forward. In an instant, a gigantic palm took shape and blotted out the sky. It pressed down upon Ning Hua and blocked his way. Ning Hua threw a forceful punch. With a deafening noise, the giant palm was cracked open and broke to pieces. However, Ning Hua also stopped. He took a few steps back and stared at the figure. Chun-Yi and Yi Futian stopped running to check the commotion behind. They turned around and looked at the figure with a puzzled expression. "Do you know him?" Chun-Yi asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian shook his hand. How could he recognize him when he couldn't even see his face clearly? Besides, what kind of person could stop Ning Hua? Other than the Millet Emperor, he didn't know anyone in the divine prefecture who had such abilities. Ning Hua glared at the person and said, "There is no need to hide your face since you're already here. Why are you afraid of revealing your identity? Who are you?" "I'm a nobody in the Donghua domain. My identity is not important. I'm only here to advise the vice chief to show some mercy," the man said calmly under Ning Hua's gaze. Ning Hua summoned the divine wheel of the Grand Seal. An enormous Grand Seal divine matrix appeared in the sky and shone the divine light upon the person. At this point, the mysterious person also emitted the brilliant divine light of the Great Path. Ning Hua, Yi Futian, and Chun-Yi were all stunned right away. Perfect Great Path, 8th Order. All of them studied the mysterious cultivator who came out of nowhere. Second to the master cultivators of the Donghua domain, there were 4 prominent cultivators: Ning Hua, Jiang Yueli, Desolation, and Zong Chan, who were high-level renhuangs with perfect Great Path and were assumed to be the future masters. They were the only 4 genius high-level renhuangs known to the public in the Donghua domain, but the 5th one just popped up in front of them. Moreover, he was at the 8th Order, which meant that he probably had proved his path and possessed the perfect Great Path since many years ago without anyone knowing. He hid his identity and addressed Ning Hua as the vice chief. It was almost certain that he was a cultivator in the Donghua domain rather than an outsider from other domains. Besides, he probably concealed his face because Ning Hua might recognize him. Then who could he be? Ning Hua couldn't figure it out. Chun-Yi and Yi Futian also didn't know why this person suddenly came out to help them block Ning Hua. Could it be? Chun-Yi's eyes glinted as though he had a guess. Could it be what? Yi Futian asked Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi himself came out of nowhere to help Yi Futian. Now there was another one. Could he and Chun-Yi come from the same place? Was that why Chun-Yi was speculating something? Nothing. I'm just thinking where he could be from. Chun-Yi answered quietly. He went through and excluded the possibility of all the top forces in the Donghua domain in his head. He couldn't figure out who this person might be. Ning Hua looked at the person in front of him and started to take him seriously. He stepped forward while still emitting the brilliant divine light of the Great Path from his body. He was curious to see who on earth this person was. The mysterious man remained self-possessed when seeing Ning Hua was charging at him. He formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, the Great Path resonated in the space, and the divine light shone brightly. A divine wall towering into the sky took shape with him at the center and blocked Ning Hua's path forward. The divine wall slanted and pressed down from above with unstoppable momentum and the authority of heaven. Exquisite and intricate patterns were engraved on the divine wall and outlined several formations of the Great Path. The formations glowed with the divine light and seemed invincible. The mysterious person looked like the god of earth at this moment. Upon seeing the divine wall that obstructed his way, Ninghua released the divine halo that swept across thousands of miles of land. He outstretched a hand and pushed forward. The divine light of the seals climbed up on the divine wall, trying to seal it off. Nevertheless, the divine wall kept extending into the distance, as if it could reach as far as the person's divine consciousness could cover. It was impregnable and indestructible. What kind of defense is this? Chen Yi and Yi Futian behind him were also astonished by the power. The mysterious person stood on top of the ancient peak, and even the mountain was rooted out and became a part of the great path. The divine wall he summoned divided the area into two by chopping up in the middle. Yi Futian and Chen Yi couldn't see what was going on outside, but they felt that the wall was like an unshakable barrier made by God. Bang! With a loud thump, the divine wall vibrated violently as though it was attacked by a fierce force at multiple places. Under the sustained and relentless attack, the divine wall shone even more brightly and refused to yield. The mysterious cultivator gazed at Ninghua while giving off unparalleled divine light from his body. A separate divine wall appeared in the sky and began to fall upon Ninghua. In the meantime, the divine wall in all directions started to move toward Ninghua, and if it was trying to close him in. Buzz! Ninghua was aware of the danger and drew back immediately. He stopped his attack and pulled out through the energy field that hadn't been consolidated yet. He was afraid of not being able to get out if he was confined within the divine walls. Who on earth are you? Ninghua stared at the mysterious person who seemed to have integrated himself with the great path and blended into the world. His body was embedded in the divine wall as though he was part of it. Based on his observation, Ninghua vaguely felt that the person was not only at a higher cultivation level, but also had a deeper comprehension of the great path. By integrating himself with the great path, he truly reached the perfect state and created a resonance and unleashed the incomparable power of the great path that even Ninghua's attack couldn't penetrate. Please go back, Vice Chief. The person spoke calmly and didn't answer Ninghua's question. Ninghua was still radiating dazzling divine light and wouldn't let it go. He came to hunt down Yi Futian and Chen Yi. With his prestige and reputation, how could he explain himself if he went back empty-handed? The mysterious cultivator noticed Ninghua's hesitation and formed a seal with both hands. Tremendous force fell from the sky at once, coupled with strong resonance. An enormous hand appeared and pressed down upon Ninghua with all speed. It looked like the God hand. Bang! With a deafening sound, Ninghua was nailed to the ground. A giant indentation in the shape of a hand became visible on the ground. Ninghua slowly surfaced with an embarrassed look. His frosty eyes glared at his opponent. He didn't expect to be overpowered by anyone in the Donghua domain, except for the master cultivators. In his mind, even Jiang Yueli, who was at the 8th Order, probably couldn't defeat him either. Who was this person? An 8th Order Renhuang with a perfect great path. Which top force in the Donghua domain could have someone like this? Jiang Yueli of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow was the only one known to the public. We'll see each other again soon, said Ninghua. He turned around and left with resolution. He seemed to understand that he would not be able to breach the person's defense to capture Yi Futian and Chen Yi. He wasn't even a match for him in a face-to-face clash. The mysterious person gazed at Ninghua's receding figure for a while. Moments after Ninghua was out of their sight, he asked, Vice Chief, what else can I help you with? I know who you are. A voice came from afar. Ninghua left for real after that. The mysterious person withdrew his power, turned around, and looked at Chen Yi and Yi Futian. Thank you very much, Senior. Chen Yi and Yi Futian expressed their gratitude. The Donghua heavens are not safe. Come with me, the mysterious person said. Then he led Chen Yi and Yi Futian away. A lot of people came to the site after they were gone. Their hearts trembled when they saw the deep indentation on the ground, which was still emitting frightening will of the great path. Some people even stepped in and sat down to cultivate themselves. For cultivators of the younger generation, this was a mark of the great path left by a true legend. It was the vice chief who was defeated here, someone asked. Yes, I think it's him. Who on earth has such terrifying power that can beat the vice chief? The crowd was confounded and amazed. Wasn't Ning Hua the finest genius in the Donghua domain who was unrivaled and second only to the master cultivators? Who could prevail over him? Nonetheless, they had no clue, since even Ning Hua himself couldn't figure it out. On the other side, almost half of the palatial domain chief's manor was destructed and burned down. The battle over there was finished already. Emperor Yan and Ling Yunzi, the palace lord of the Lingshao Palace, were both injured. Their distressed expression undercut their usual ethereal quality. Even the chief was a little disheveled. He descended from above with a displeased look. The energy around his body undulated slightly. Chief! Emperor Yan and Ling Yunzi also had a stern face. They already knew what happened. The Millet Emperor was still alive and got away. The divine stela truly is a divine item from the distant past and can borrow the authority of heaven. The Millet Emperor escaped, albeit being seriously injured. I have to trouble you two to spend some effort to track him down and capture him, to keep him from murdering innocent people, said Ning Yuan. Emperor Yan and Ling Yunzi nodded. We will track his whereabouts once we get back. Emperor Yan nodded in agreement. They needed to fetch their divine items to trace the Millet Emperor. Although the Millet Emperor was severely wounded, he could still pose a huge threat to them once he recovered. They had to exterminate him completely, just like how they handled the supreme deity Donglai. Ning Yuan raised his head and saw that the people who chased after cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower were coming back. Chief! The elder bowed and was about to report the news when Ning Yuan waved his hand and said, I already knew. You did the right thing. Even though the Millet Emperor broke the rules, the disciples of Wangshan Watchtower are mostly innocent. As long as we capture Yi Futian, it's all right to let other people go. I'm sure they will know how to behave in the future. Yes. Everyone nodded. Ning Yuan gazed into the distance. Shortly after, he frowned and spoke to Ning Hua thousands of miles away. Ning Hua, where are you? Ning Hua was still on his way back when he heard his father's voice. He replied, Someone intercepted me and took Yi Futian and Chen Yi. Ning Hua's voice traveled through the void and echoed in the domain chief's manor. All the cultivators were stunned upon hearing him. Who could intercept Ning Hua? Who is it? Ning Yuan asked. I don't know. He deliberately concealed his face. Besides, he is an 8th order Renhuang with a perfect great path. He can forge a divine wall that can screen off the void. Ning Hua answered, I couldn't penetrate his defense. Everyone in the domain chief's manor was staggered. Who had such abilities? Even Ning Hua couldn't break his defense. Who could it be? They escaped. Ning Yuan's expression grew grim. Yi Futian stole the treasure in the demon god temple in the secret zone and ran off. How could they let him get away? He looked around the room and scrutinized everyone present, then asked, Does anyone know which force has such a person? They had never heard of this man before. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. Both Yi Futian and the Millet Emperor escaped. It seemed like the domain chief's manor failed to achieve their goal this time. Even so, it was a pity that Zong Chan died. Zong Chan was already a 7th order Renhuang, who would have had a boundless future. Yet he died in Ning Hua's hands. Maybe he is from another domain, someone suggested. Perhaps he was trying to mislead us by covering his face, someone else said. Ning Yuan's face was steely. He looked into the distance and said to Ning Hua, Come back first. We'll talk about it later. Who was hindering them in secret? Could it be someone sent by one of the master cultivators here in the Donghua Palace right now? Besides them, who else could raise such a powerful cultivator? Were they after the treasure of the demon god temple? Regardless, Ningyuan had to send someone to investigate, since he couldn't find out the truth by speculation alone. I have been a bad host for letting the Donghua banquet turn into such a mess. I will invite you to gather again in the future if the chance arises, said Ningyuan. The crowd was silent. No one expected the Donghua banquet to become a storm like this. Furthermore, the storm was probably not over yet. I won't keep you any longer. Please suit yourselves. However, I will send people to inquire into the matter. Please forgive me if the investigation affects you later, said Ningyuan. The crowd was surprised and confounded. Did Ningyuan mean that he would investigate all the forces? The Lingxiao Palace will cooperate fully, Ling Yunzi said. The great Yan will cooperate with the chief as well, said Emperor Yan. Nevertheless, other master cultivators didn't express their attitudes right away. Proud and esteemed, they wouldn't give their approval before knowing exactly how Ningyuan wanted to conduct the investigation. I will bid you goodbye, chief. The sword goddess spoke and left. Other people also made their departure following her. The turmoil seemed to have come to an end for the time being. Chapter 2075, Familiar Place. No one imagined that the Donghua banquet, which had shaken the Donghua domain, would end in such a fashion. If it weren't for the incidents that occurred after, Yi Futian and Chen Yi would have become prominent figures in the Donghua domain. They would have unlimited glory, and the Wangshan Watchtower would also be basking in the sun. However, the name of Wangshan Watchtower was eventually eliminated by the chief from the Donghua domain. Yi Futian and the Millet Emperor were being hunted down. The domain chief's manor issued warrants for their arrests. In that battle, many Renhuangs perished. Among them were many famous figures, such as Thousand Arms, Sword Emperor. He had fallen to Chen Yi. Many people witnessed how powerful Chen Yi truly was in that battle. Of course, there was also Yi Futian. He actually possessed the will of the emperor. After a few days, news came from Domain Chief's manor that Yi Liunian was not his real name. Rumor had it that Domain Chief's manor investigated and found out that Yi Liunian was actually Yi Futian. He was from the original realm, an ancient world that most people in the Divine Prefecture were unfamiliar with. Rumor has it that the members of the top forces of other domains had been the ones who discovered this. Yi Futian was from the original realm and had made many enemies there. He was extremely famous in the original realm. He had entered the god's relic before and had obtained the will of the emperor from there. He was a monstrous existence who had a major fateful encounter. Only then did the world know why Yi Futian was so powerful. It turned out that his origins were extraordinary. He was more than just a mere cultivator of Eastern Deity Island. Aside from that, many people were curious about another person. It was the cultivator who had taken Yi Futian from the hands of Vice Chief Ninghua. The cultivator had a flawless 8th-tier Great Path and had not revealed his power before in the Donghua domain. No one in the domain knew about such an existence. Who was he? Where had Yi Futian been brought to now? On a continent far from the Donghua heavens, on an island in the vast ocean region, a beam of flowing light shot across the sky and landed on the island. Two of these figures were Yi Futian and Chen Yi. The other person was an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. He appeared very ordinary. From his appearance, no one could possibly imagine that this person had a flawless great path that was at the peak of the 8th tier. His combat ability was astounding, and he was the strongest person below the giant-level figures. Even Ning Hua had been pushed back by him. Yi Futian looked around at their surroundings. He glanced around at the familiar island. He felt his heart stir when he figured out who had helped him. "You should know by now," the middle-aged man said as he smiled at Yi Futian. "I received orders from my master to cut off Ning Hua. Fortunately, I made it in time. After that, I brought you back here." "Many thanks, senior," Yi Futian said as he bowed slightly. If it were just him and Chen Yi, they would not have necessarily been able to escape Ning Hua's pursuit. The other party had no intention of giving up. There is no need. You should be thanking my master instead, the middle-aged man said with a smile. It was nothing. There is no need to thank me. Two silhouettes emerged from the courtyard ahead. Both were people Yi Futian recognized. When he saw the two of them emerge, Yi Futian bowed and greeted, Emperor Shi, Senior Skylord. The person who had helped him was Emperor Shi, who was also the master of the middle-aged man. Yi Futian had heard before that Emperor Shi had not taken any disciples. It appeared that the rumors were false. Emperor Shi had taken in a disciple. It was just that he had not made it public. The disciple had cultivated on Turtle Deity Island all this while and had never made an appearance. Hence, no one knew of him. Emperor, she nodded his head, slightly. He introduced Yi Futian, saying, This is my disciple, Yang Wuqi. He rarely ventures outside. Hence, he does not know many people. I am sure the people outside also do not know who he is. Yi Futian nodded his head, slightly. From the looks of it, Yang Wuqi was Emperor Shi's secret disciple. I witnessed everything that occurred during the Donghua banquet this time. Some things were not your fault. You also have extraordinary talent and should not perish just like that. Hence, I ordered Wuqi to head over. Fortunately, he held off Ning Hua, continued Emperor Shi as he looked at Yi Futian. It was a shame that he could not make it there sooner. Zong Chan's death was a pity. When Yi Futian heard Emperor Shi mention Zong Chan, he also felt sad. Zong Chan's talent was exceptional, and his great path was flawless. However, his death felt so wrong. All of this was because of the chief. However, Emperor Shi did not say any more about this. After all, the fact that it involved the domain chief's manor made it more complicated. It was already very difficult for Emperor Shi to have helped them. If word of this got out, he would offend 3 superpowers. Even though Emperor Shi's cultivation was high, it would still pose a risk to him. Yi Futian bowed as he said, For me to be able to escape, no matter what, I must thank Emperor Shi and Senior Yang for your help. Although my cultivation is low, if there is an opportunity in the future and Senior has any request at all, no matter where I am, I will certainly rush over to fulfill it. I have already said that you do not need to thank me. For me, this is nothing. Even if the chief finds out, he cannot do anything to me, Emperor, she said calmly. The chief will certainly report the incidents during the Donghua banquet to the imperial palace. Before this, it was Eastern Deity Island. Now it is the Wangshan Watchtower. If there are any more disturbances in the Donghua domain, the imperial palace most likely will have questions. Of course, Emperor Shi helped out because he had broken through to the next plane. He had already prepared himself. When he faced the second stage of his divine tribulation, he might perish. Hence, he did as he pleased now and did not have any qualms about doing so. Currently, Emperor Shi might not have imagined that he had benefited himself by helping Yi Futian this time. Yi Futian also did not say any more. He understood what Emperor Shi meant. At the end of the day, the chief was the person charged to oversee the Donghua domain. If the Donghua domain were turned upside down, he would not come out unscathed. Moreover, the will of Donghuang the Great was for martial arts to prosper. However, Ning Yuan had dealt with Eastern Deity Island and then the Wangshan Watchtower, stirring up trouble. If he caused any more trouble, he would most likely draw the attention of Donghuang the Great. Emperor, she continued, Domain Chief's Manor has already issued warrants for your capture in the Donghua domain. They are investigating the various forces. They might even send people to search the top forces. It is safer here on Turtle Deity Island. Unless Ning Yuan comes in person, no one else would dare search here. Both of you may cultivate here for some time. Once the commotion has died down, you can make plans for later. All right, replied Yi Futian as he gladly accepted Emperor Shi's offer. Although the Donghua domain was very big, they would still be in danger if they went outside. Once the commotion died down, the chances of Domain Chief's manor finding him would be lower. Of course, the precursor to that was that Yi Futian did not draw attention to himself. Emperor, she nodded slightly and said, I have already ordered people to monitor the island. No one is to approach this area. On the island, you can walk around freely and cultivate as you please. You do not need to feel hindered. Although Emperor, she rescued Yi Futian from the clutches of the Domain Chief's manor. He did not seem to be concerned about having done so. His ability was powerful, so he had a certain level of confidence. His will could also cover the entire Turtle Deity Island in a single sweep. He naturally had absolute control over the island. Who would dare betray him? This place was a world ruled by Emperor Shi. Yi Futian nodded his head. Emperor, she smiled and turned to leave. Thunder-punishing Sky Lord gave Yi Futian a look as he smiled and said, Focus on cultivating. You do not need to worry about other things. Improving your ability is everything now. Yi Futian understood Thunder-punishing Sky Lord's meaning. He was telling Yi Futian not to be anxious about seeking revenge. He could only improve his ability for now. Although they did not discuss much how this storm had started, they all knew that the Domain Chief's manor intended to deal with Wangshan Watchtower. Yi Futian had been forced to kill while he was being pursued. His crime was completely unwarranted and was merely an excuse. The Wangshan Watchtower suffered heavy casualties this time. Zhong Chan was killed, and Yi Futian was constantly being pursued. It was natural for him to hate Domain Chief's manor to his bones. He would make sure to pay them back. Emperor Shi and Thunder-punishing Sky Lord turned to leave. They acted so casually, as though they had done something not worth mentioning. Yi Lianyan is my alias. My real name is Yi Futian. I am from the original realm, Yi Futian said to the two silhouettes. He had declared his real name because he did not want to face Emperor Shi and Thunder-punishing Sky Lord with a fake identity. This storm had also grown so large. He had even been forced to unleash the will of the Emperor. Many people would certainly notice this, including those from other realms. He could no longer keep his identity hidden. The other forces would soon know that he was still alive and come to the divine prefecture. Emperor Shi and Thunder-punishing Sky Lord stopped in their tracks. They then smiled and continued walking. They did not seem to mind who Yi Futian was or where he came from. They helped Yi Futian purely because they wanted to help him. That was all. In a region in the Donghua domain, a group of people was traversing across the sky. The leader was Goddess Donglai. They were rushing towards Eastern Deity Island. We most likely will not be able to stay on Eastern Deity Island for long, Alchemy Emperor said next to Goddess Donglai. Goddess Donglai nodded her head and said, After we get back, we'd better prepare to evacuate Eastern Deity Island and find another place to settle down. The Alchemy Emperor did not say anything. He looked far behind them. Not long ago, they had parted ways with Li Chongqing. He had decided to return to Wangshan Watchtower. Alchemy Emperor was somewhat worried. Li Chongqing would probably never return. However, Li Chongqing had insisted on doing so. They could not do anything about it. This was the principle that he held on to. Xia Qingyuan retrieved the Zimu Yuanyang mirror and was conversing with Yi Futian over transmitted thoughts. After knowing where Yi Futian was based, she was much more relieved. Now, in the entire Donghua domain, the only person who could truly protect Yi Futian was most likely Emperor Shi. Coincidentally, Emperor Shi had helped him out. That way, even if it was discovered, Emperor Shi had the ability to go against the chief of the Donghua domain. At that moment, on an ancient peak on Turtle Deity Island, Yi Futian sat there quietly. After hearing that Li Chongqing had returned to Wangshan Watchtower on his own, he felt a pang of sadness. Older brother Li usually joked around casually, but he was truly a man who took brotherhood seriously. Otherwise, why would he return to Wangshan Watchtower at a time like this? Currently, Wangshan Watchtower was the most dangerous place for him. Li Chongqing was surely aware of this. Ning Yuan had personally declared that the name of Wangshan Watchtower would be eliminated. That meant that the Wangshan Watchtower did not exist anymore. Why did he return to Wangshan Watchtower now? In the Dongshao continent at Wangshan Watchtower. At Wangshan Watchtower, there were many cultivators from all around the Dongshao continent, especially from the main cities of the Dongshao continent. After the Renhuangs of the various forces caught wind of the news of the downfall of Wangshan Watchtower, they came here to pillage and loot. This even resulted in a huge battle. Many of the ancient palaces of Wangshan Watchtower had collapsed and were destroyed. It was as though this place was an ancient ruin and not a holy land for cultivating. At that moment, below Wangshan Watchtower, a silhouette stepped onto the stairs leading up to the tower. This person was an elder, and he carried a corpse with him. He instantly drew the attention of many people. Up above, some people looked down at the person who had arrived. They could not help but narrow their gazes. It was Li Chongqing. The corpse was that of Zongchan. Li Chongqing actually dared to return to Wangshan Watchtower. Was he seeking his own death? The other cultivators had heard about the battle during the Donghua banquet. The Millet Emperor was severely injured, and he escaped from the Donghua heavens. After that, Emperor Yin personally led an army over here to track down the Millet Emperor. The news shook the entire Dongshao continent. Rumor has it that most of the members of Wangshan Watchtower had perished or were injured. Zongchan had been killed, and the name of Wangshan Watchtower had been eliminated by the chief. It no longer existed. Hence, the members of the various forces threw coal on the fire and came to Wangshan Watchtower to pillage and loot. Now, Li Chongqing had actually returned. For the other cultivators, this was tantamount to suicide. However, those who saw Li Chongqing dashed away. They were still very cautious of him. After all, they took advantage of the situation, and Li Chongqing was the top disciple of Wangshan Watchtower. Bang! With a loud explosion, the stone step beneath Li Chongqing's feet split apart. He looked up into the sky above. His cloudy eyes were now filled with a cold look. The once glorious and prosperous holy land of the Dongshao continent was now in such a state. Everywhere was left in ruins and had fallen into dilapidation. Let's go! A Renhuang dashed away. When the Renhuang saw Li Chongqing shatter the stone step beneath his feet, he could faintly sense a suppressed rage coming from Li Chongqing. At that moment, Li Chongqing was emanating a cold, majestic aura. He even emanated murderous intent. This caused the Renhuang to feel very uneasy, especially since Li Chongqing had carried a corpse back with him. However, the Renhuang had just stepped into the air when countless branches and vines swept towards his figure and entangled him. Flames of the way radiated from the Renhuang's figure as he attempted to burn off the vines. Yet, frightening halos of the great path flowed over the vines and the leaves. The flames could not touch them. Swoosh! Swoosh! The vines embedded themselves in the Renhuang's body, causing him to scream in pain. His entire person was buried within the vines, and he was gradually suffocating. His person could no longer be seen. Very soon, the vines were dyed red with blood. With a rustling sound, the vines turned to dust and blood poured down like rain. The Renhuang had perished and no longer existed. This caused the expressions of the Renhuangs on the Wangshan Watchtower to change drastically. Many of them frantically prepared to leave. However, Li Chongqing took a step forward and flew into the air. His figure shot straight up into the sky above Wangshan Watchtower. At the same time, his will enveloped the space far into the distance, forming a terrifying domain of the great path. The vines of the ancient tree blocked out the sun, enveloping this part of the sky and the vast space within it. The expressions of many Renhuangs changed. They looked up above Wangshan Watchtower. Right now, Li Chongqing stood high in the air. Vines swept out from his figure and covered the sky. Everyone could sense murderous intent filling the air. At that moment, Li Changxing seemed to have completely changed. He was different from before and was no longer the Li Changsheng who many of the cultivators of the Dongshao continent knew. Buzz. In the vast space, countless branches rustled as they descended upon the renhuangs. An extremely sharp aura suddenly emanated from the branches. It was as though they contained swordwill. Tui, tui, tui. The next moment, sounds could be heard, followed by many screams. The branches that filled the sky pierced through many renhuangs. Fresh blood rained down from the sky. The sky above Wangshan Watchtower was dyed crimson. In a flash, countless renhuangs were killed. Senior, I only came here to admire Wangshan Watchtower. I have no other intentions, some people said in terror. Seniorly, we are members from Alchemy Divine Palace. We only came here to take a look. Other voices cried out. They were all desperate pleas. Alas, Li Changxing did not seem to hear them. Endless divine halos enveloped this space. The branches were like indestructible blades, killing them off silently. Right now, Li Changxing had become a god of death. During the Donghua banquet, the Wangshan Watchtower had faced a huge crisis and was hunted down by 3 major forces. More than half their force was dead or injured. Zhong Chan had died in battle, and the Millet Emperor escaped with heavy injuries. Now that Li Changxing had returned to Wangshan Watchtower, the cultivators of the Dongshao continent were actually rampaging around here. One could imagine how Li Changxing felt upon seeing this. As for the excuses given by the cultivators, he ignored them. Came to admire the tower? Came to take a look. Couldn't they do so from afar? If Wangshan Watchtower had not suffered such a catastrophe, would any one of them have dared to step into Wangshan Watchtower so presumptuously? They stood on Wangshan Watchtower. Hence, that meant that they believed that Wangshan Watchtower had fallen and no longer recognized its existence. Hence, Li Changxing showed no mercy. Rumble. Just then, an intense rumble came from afar. On one side, flames of the way burned away the branches. A sage-like figure charged into Li Changxing's domain. The figure had a cold and indifferent expression. It was the palace lord of Alchemy Divine Palace. He stared at Li Changxing. In a cold tone, he said, Li Changxing, you are presumptuous. Li Changxing swept a glance at the other party. From another direction, Yan Hanqing and the great Yan ancient royal family cultivators appeared, along with members of some of the top forces of the Dongshao continent. From the looks of it, they had already discussed how they would divide up the Wangshan Watchtower. The chief has already ordered the removal of the name of Wangshan Watchtower from the Donghua domain. Li Changxing, the chief showed mercy and spared your life. However, you went on a killing spree and frenziedly slaughtered the cultivators of the Dongshao continent. Since you have done so, we will eliminate you, Yan Hanqing said in a cold tone. He had been waiting here all this while. The moment Li Changxing returned, he would certainly die. Li Changxing shouldn't have returned. Li Changxing glanced at the other party. He did not say anything. His figure descended upon the highest region of Wangshan Watchtower. He walked up to a place that had sunken. This was where the Divine Watchtower initially stood. The Divine Watchtower was taken away by the Millet Emperor, leaving behind a deep pit. Li Changxing placed Zhong Chan's corpse within the pit. He said, Younger brother, you comprehended the way here. Rest in peace here as well. As he said this, he sat down beside the corpse. In an instant, a divine tree appeared on his body and took root in the ground, planting itself in Wangshan Watchtower. I grew up in this place. If I am to meet my end, it should also be here. As Li Changxing said this, a divine aura radiated from his body. The roots of the ancient tree dug deep underground frenziedly. It took root deep in the lands of the entire Wangshan Watchtower. He wanted to become a part of Wangshan Watchtower. He had spent his life here. If he were to die, it should also be here. Li Changxing could not live long in the end. Chapter 2077. Insignificant Renhuang. The world only knew Li Changxing as the chief disciple of the Millet Emperor, but didn't know much else about him. All they had was a vague impression that Li Changxing had been following the Millet Emperor for many years. In fact, Li Changxing had been with the Millet Emperor long before the founding of Wangshan Watchtower, but it was a time too long ago. It could be said that he had watched Wangshan Watchtower gradually gain its status and become worshipped by those in the Dongshao continent and became the faith of the land, an absolute holy land. In the process, he had given much as he watched every disciple being admitted into Wangshan Watchtower. He was present every time Wangshan Watchtower recruited disciples. When Yi Futian and the others entered Wangshan Watchtower, he was there as well and witnessed the conflict between Yi Futian and the ancient royal family of Yan. Li Changxing spent his most formative years at Wangshan Watchtower. Now, Wangshan Watchtower had its name struck out and ran over by Renhuang from all over Dongshao continent. This was why his killing spree. At this time, Li Changxing was fully prepared to die. He was sitting at the peak of Wangshan Watchtower, the divine wheel of the ancient tree rooted in this land. Its endless vines and branches bloomed throughout the entire Wangshan Watchtower. However, higher above, a terrifying figure stood there, burning the world like a scorching sun. The area where he was burned with endless flames that came into being, appearing in every corner of Wangshan Watchtower, burning the branches and leaves of the ancient tree. The Palace Lord of Alchemy Divine Palace had been in seclusion for many years, and his cultivation had already entered the state of transformation. He reached the peak of Renhuang many years ago and had been pursuing the ultimate supremacy ever since. This time with the disturbance at Wangshan Watchtower, he came to see any opportunity of the great path. He did not expect Li Changxing to slaughter everyone indiscriminately. The deaths of the people from Alchemy Divine Palace aroused his great anger. Wangshan Watchtower had been removed from the list. As someone who was about to die, Li Changxing dared be so arrogant. He squeezed his hands, and immediately the entire world around him was burning. Black flames turned everything into ashes. Once full of vitality, those ancient branches and leaves singed as soon as they were met with the flames, turning into ashes. His pupils were filled with terrible flame as he cast a glance at Li Changxing. Suddenly, countless black flames fell from the void, like countless black meteorites. But Li Changxing no longer cared. He sat there quietly as the ancient tree continued growing. Its countless branches and leaves swayed like sharp blades, harvesting the lives of those who were within Wangshan Watchtower. He closed his eyes and sat there quietly. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him anymore. When the flames invaded, a divine light screen formed around Li Changxing. Nonetheless, it was being eroded by the flames little by little. At the same time, the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yan also launched their attacks. Two powerful cultivators of the ninth realm summoned a divine dragon whose presence shielded the sky. Its claws were as hard as steel, full of boundless sharpness. They pierced toward the light screen and tore it apart, causing cracks to appear. But even so, they still weren't able to get to Li Changxing for quite a long time. In the sky above, Yan Hanqing was full of murderous intent as he witnessed this. A loud dragon chant was heard, and the vast space of Wangshan Watchtower trembled violently. The rest of the Renhuang from the ancient royal family of Yan also vocalized the dragon chant at the same time. The song of the Yang dragon resonated, shattering the void as the great path of terror frantically reverberated through the space. An incomparable divine dragon appeared around Yan Hanqing, sheltering this corner of the sky. This divine dragon swallowed up the great path between heaven and earth. Its massive body was flying high above the firmament, shaking the void. Its claws were glowing with terrible golden brilliance, as if they were indestructible. The The sight induced fear to all those who saw it. "Li Changsheng, if you want to die, I will let you." As Yan Hanqing's voice faded, the giant dragon swooped down, tore through the space with its extremely sharp claws, and broke through the defense. Pissed a sound rang out, and the claws of terror penetrated Li Changsheng, putting a hole in him. In front of the huge claws, Li Changsheng appeared extremely small. It was as if he was being nailed there. Truly, it was a cruel sight to behold. "He's dead." Everyone was trembling fiercely as they watched what had just transpired. Li Changsheng died in Wangshan Watchtower. Those who Li Changsheng did not kill were thankful for their good fortune. In the few moments since Li Changsheng had set foot onto Wangshan Watchtower, many Renhuang in the watchtower had perished. Their unceremonious deaths had frightened the others. Now Li Changsheng was finally dead. Blood drops fell on the land upon which Wangshan Watchtower stood, and Li Changsheng no longer felt any pain. However, even in death, he kept his watch over this land. Wangshan Watchtower would always exist in this world. But countless divine lights splashed everywhere, dazzled many. They saw countless green light rays fly out of the pierced body, blending into the world, into the ancient tree, into those endless leafy branches. It seemed that Li Changsheng had integrated his spiritual soul into this land, taken root, and existed alongside the Wangshan Watchtower. "He's dead. His soul and spirit have dispersed." When everyone saw this, they retracted their aura. Yan Hanqing, the palace lord of alchemy divine palace, and the other Renhuang looked indifferently at the corpse below. Zhong Chan was already killed in the previous battle, and now the chief disciple of the Millet Emperor was also dead, leaving only Yi Futian and the Millet Emperor himself. The Millet Emperor was not their responsibility. Only the likes of the chief could handle him. Right now, as long as they could find Yi Futian and kill him, it would be considered the end of Wangshan Watchtower. As for the others, they didn't care much. "Let's go," Yan Hanqing said. "No need to stay here any longer. Burn Wangshan Watchtower to the ground." The chief had already ordered the name of Wangshan Watchtower to be struck out from Donghua domain. From now on, there would be no more Wangshan Watchtower. He turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a light suddenly lit up on a blanket of emerald green branches and leaves on the ground. It was as if there was a strange movement. No one noticed this, but after that, lights lit up the branches and leaves in this space as the branches and leaves were swaying, turning emerald green. A vigorous vitality emerged, allowing this almost withered ancient tree to suddenly rise from the ground, growing wildly. Countless spots of light appeared between heaven and the earth, full of vitality. It was as if it existed everywhere. At this moment, the whole world was filled with light. "What's happening?" The crowd felt that something was amiss. The palace lord of alchemy divine palace immediately released a terrifying divine flame to destroy everything. However, the divine fire of the great path fell on the branches and leaves as those spots of light, but failed to destroy them. The branches and leaves were still swaying, and more light spots now lit up. A light turned into ancient branches and leaves. As the tree grew madly, getting taller, it was as if it was about to pierce through the sky. "That's not right." Yan Hanqing seemed to sense that something was wrong. He released his divine consciousness and touched his brow chakra with his finger. Suddenly, a terrible divine light shot out from his eyes, looking at this space like a sharp sword. At this moment, he no longer saw an infinite spot of light, but countless elusive figures. And every single figure looked like Li Changsheng everywhere at once. Impossible! Yan Hanqing's face changed to one of horror, and his heart throbbed. He had killed Li Changsheng with his own hands, and he saw Li Changsheng perish here with his own eyes. What was this that he sees before him? This was impossible. At this moment, many things went through in Yan Hanqing's mind, and suddenly a thought came into his head. Was this the becoming? As the crown prince of the ancient royal family of Yen, he knew more about the unknown realm than others. Because he knew, hence the fear, did he force a top-level existence to come into being. Boom! Yen Hanqing was no fool. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he made a quick decision and immediately disappeared. In an instant, he had already fled into the distance. He shouted at the same time, "Retreat!" Everyone saw that Yen Hanqing had disappeared immediately without even realizing what had happened. They only heard the order to retreat. They looked at the place where Yen Hanqing was and saw that he had disappeared and could not be seen even from a distance. He had already moved away from Wangshan Watchtower and left with incredible speed. Did he sense something had happened? Go. Although the rest did not understand what had happened, upon Yen Hanqing's order to retreat, they did not hesitate. At this moment, the infinite divine light from heaven and the earth fell right on top of that ancient tree. Suddenly, the towering ancient tree pierced the sky, and its endless branches and leaves enveloped mountains and rivers. At this moment, one of the branches was swiping in one direction. Some Ren Huang, intending on leaving in that direction, were stopped. He had maintained the forward motion, but in the next moment his body was split in two. He had died a horrid death on the spot. In this instant, all the Ren Huang felt a bitter coldness deep inside their bones. They didn't even have the chance to realize what was happening before some Ren Huang were slaughtered. Buzz! Above the divine tree, abundant branches and leaves swayed as the branches moved toward the Ren Huang, toward Wangshan Watchtower. They passed through the void before those people realized what was happening and watched these leafy branches passing through them. Immediately, a shower of blood fell from the void. Get out of here! Everyone's expression changed to one in shock as they fled frantically. However, the ancient tree had reached up all the way to the heavens, filled the sky with its presence, and its shade shrouded this vast space. A clattering sound came out as countless branches and leaves fell from the sky, and the sound of slaughter seemed to go on forever. At this moment, Wangshan Watchtower turned into a world of blood as each and every one of the powerful Ren Huang was killed off like ants. Even though he was the palace lord of alchemy divine palace, and the flame upon his body was so fierce that it could set the mountains and the oceans on fire, the moment when the branches and leaves came down, the flame was put out. Its defense of the great path was as fragile as paper and could not withstand a single blow. The branches and leaves passed through his body and instantly solidified his body in the void. His face was full of horror and disbelief as he fixed his eyes on the divine tree. The becoming, he spat. As his soul turned to dust, he was obliterated without any power to fight back. Outside of Wangshan Watchtower, there were some cultivators, even some at the Ren Huang level, who would never be able to forget what they saw at this moment. The divine tree penetrated through heaven, and as the branches and leaves slammed down, these Ren Huang were as insignificant as ants. The battle at Wangshan Watchtower once again shocked the Donghua domain. After everyone from all the top forces on the main continents learned of the news, it spread to the other continents in Donghua domain and became a legend. On the day that the chief ordered the name of Wangshan Watchtower to be struck from Donghua domain, Wangshan Watchtower was pillaged by all the participating Ren Huang. At the time, Wangshan Watchtower's chief disciple, Li Changsheng, ascended to the top of the watchtower, intending to go down with it. He had given his spiritual soul to every inch of the watchtower when he was besieged by everyone as he shed his blood. However, he came back from death miraculously and was resurrected. Li Changsheng's spiritual soul merged into Wangshan Watchtower, and the becoming made his rebirth possible. He cut down those Ren Huang and washed Wangshan Watchtower with their blood. Li Changsheng returned and broke through the shackles in cultivation, proving the supremacy of the way. Yen Hanqing was the only one who managed to escape because of his premonition. After that, Wangshan Watchtower was sealed off as everyone was being slaughtered, including the palace lord of alchemy, Divine Palace. Wangshan Watchtower was destroyed, and Zongchan was killed. No one expected that this situation would force another powerful figure to come into being. After Li Changxing's breakthrough and departure from Wangshan Watchtower, some people speculated that he searched the Millet Emperor. Before, because Li Changxing could not see any hope of revenge, he waged his life in the final confrontation. It was different now. The person he was today would be able to get his revenge. He and the Millet Emperor would be enough to contend against the ancient royal family of Yan and Lingshao Palace. Under such circumstances, Li Changxing no longer needed to seek death as the last resort, but could focus on avenging Zongchan and those dead disciples of Wangshan Watchtower. The Millet Emperor was still alive, and now there was Li Changxing. Perhaps, from now on, no one would dare to set foot on Wangshan Watchtower carelessly, even if it remained in ruins. However, anyone who wanted to enter Wangshan Watchtower must consider the consequences. Everything seemed to be different now. This turmoil seemed far from over, but no one was arguing about who was right or who was wrong anymore. After, it didn't matter. What mattered the most now was how the turmoil would evolve in the future. Its ripple effects were yet to be seen. It was already days later when Yi Futian learned of the news. He was cultivating when he heard it in Xia Qingyuan's transmission. He had been worried about Li Changxing, and now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Wuqi came to see Yi Futian, and when he saw that Yi Futian had stopped cultivating, he looked relieved. He said with a smile, "It seems that you already knew." Yi Futian nodded. Never expected that the chief disciple of the Millet Emperor would have this opportunity. After this breakthrough, it will not be easy for the domain chief's manor and the Yen kingdom to deal with him, Yang Wuqi said. After the breakthrough, he had reached another level, and another world had opened up. Even though Li Changxing, who had just had the breakthrough, was not yet strong enough to take on those figureheads of the opposition, the Divine Prefecture was a massive territory, and Li Changxing could be anywhere. He could leave Donghua Domain, and it would not be easy to track him and take him out. Yi Futian nodded. He was also happy for Li Changxing, but when he thought of Zongchan, his mood darkened again. He whispered, "If Brother Zongchan is still there, Wangshan Watchtower might produce 3 giants in the future." If Zongchan was still around, Li Changxing might not have this great opportunity. Yang Wuqi said, "Perhaps this is what they meant by what goes up must come down. Don't think too much about it. You have to look forward. And when you reach the 9th realm one day, it won't be a problem to explore the possibility to reinstate Wangshan Watchtower." Yi Futian didn't say much. "Some of my friends may be here in a few days, and I will have to rely on your hospitality. I will do my best." Yang Wuqi nodded. "Thank you." Yi Futian bowed slightly. Goddess Donglai and Xia Qingyuan were already on their way. After Goddess Donglai and the others returned to Eastern Deity Island, they divided all the island resources to the cultivators. They dismissed them, letting them go back to where they belonged. Although principalities like the Domain Chief's Manor wouldn't care much about Eastern Deity Island and wouldn't even bother to attack it, they still had to guard against the ancient royal family of Yen to avoid involving the others. Therefore, Goddess Donglai decided to dissolve Eastern Deity Island. Even though she was very reluctant, it had to be done to avoid the risks. Of course, Eastern Deity Island still existed, guarded by some who volunteered to stay behind on Penglai Deity Island. Goddess Donglai hung on to the hope that she may return there one day. After disbanding Eastern Deity Island, Goddess Donglai took a few people and started heading towards the Divine Ocean continent. On this day, when they crossed the Divine Ocean, they saw a huge island in front of them that resembled a divine turtle. "We are here," said the Alchemy Emperor. He was also following along with Goddess Donglai. The Millet Emperor and Supreme Being Donglai were his benefactors. Now they had both fallen victim to unfortunate events, and it was revealed that it had been the doing of Chief Ning. Hence, he decided to follow Goddess Donglai and help her in her endeavor. A powerful divine consciousness swept towards everyone. Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai both looked over there and saw a figure came from the void. The man who crossed the space and showed up in front of them was ordinary looking, and there was no detectable aura being released from him. Nonetheless, the Alchemy Emperor, Goddess Donglai, and the others knew that this man was anything but ordinary. Yang Wuchi folded his hands together and bowed slightly to the others, introducing himself, Yang Wuchi. After being introduced, Goddess Donglai and the others also greeted him in return. Xia Qingyuan said, "Thank you, Elder, for your assistance the other day." Yang Wuchi gave Xia Qingyuan a look and nodded with a smile. "It's but a small matter, everyone this way." The group turned and headed towards Turtle Deity Island. Soon they came to a mountain peak, and there was a huge manor there. In one area at the back of the mountains, a figure stood there quietly looking into the sky. Upon seeing Goddess Donglai, Xia Qingyuan, and the others, he was filled with emotion. Little Condor came to Yi Futian's side as Yi Futian patted his head. He then looked at Goddess Donglai with a smile. "I am relieved to see that the senior sister is all right. What are your plans for the future?" Goddess Donglai asked. The domain chief's manor had put them on the wanted list. The entire Donghua domain was officially in the control of domain chief's manor. They would be wanted fugitives unless they left Donghua domain. "I plan to be in retreat for some time first," Yi Futian said. "To elevate my cultivation some more, I will continue to cultivate on Turtle Deity Island before I break through the realm." During this trip to attend Donghua banquet, he felt a great deal of pressure. Now, in addition to this side of Donghua domain, those top forces that he had offended in the original realm may have gotten wind by now that he was still alive. He must be more cautious. There were 4 realms in Renhuang. With the perfect great path, even if he could deal with ordinary cultivators of the 8th realm, it was not nearly enough for figures at Ning Hua's level. When facing those opponents, he had no power to fight back and could only be crushed. This was the reality of cultivation, an endless journey. He used to think that Renhuang was high above everything. But when he reached this level, the enemies he came in contact with were in an even higher realm. Therefore, he could only force himself to keep moving forward. Perhaps one day, when he finally entered the realm at the peak of Renhuang, he could truly dominate the land of the divine prefecture. Goddess Donglai nodded. With Emperor Shi in charge of Turtle Deity Island, it couldn't be a safer place. "In this case, we had to trouble Emperor Shi," Goddess Donglai said to Yang Wuchi. "It's quite all right. Master has already said that you can stay here as long as you want." Yang Wuchi smiled. "I'll bid my goodbye now and leave you to catch up." After that, he turned and left. Goddess Donglai sighed. This was the confidence brought on by having great strength. Even if Chief Ning Yuan found out about it one day, he would probably not dare to touch Emperor Shi. He had already declared war on Millet Emperor and Li Changsheng. He really could do without another opponent as powerful as Emperor Shi or the likes of Thunder Punishing Skylord. If he were foolish enough to do that, perhaps even the Great Emperor would question his sanity and abilities. After all, the Great Emperor sent him to take charge of Donghua domain, not to start a war. Furthermore, what happened before at Donghua banquet was mishandled, which caused many forces to be wary of the domain chief's manor. However, this was to be expected. If Yi Futian had been killed by the ancient royal family of Yan in the secret zone, the situation would be totally different. In that case, even without his participation, the ancient royal family of Yan, Lingshao Palace, and the Millet Emperor would go to war. Then, it would have been the same as the death of Donglai's supreme being. No one would suspect him. Yi Futian was quite the variable in the whole equation. Chapter 2079. Divine Prefecture Calendar Year 10058. At Turtle Deity Island, in the cultivation court at the back of the mountain. A white-haired figure was sitting cross-legged. It was Yi Futian. At this time, there was a breathtaking scene in Yi Futian's life palace. In front of him, a divine heart floated in the air. Around the divine heart, a boundless and massive illusory figure appeared. It was the shadow of a peacock demon god. Inside the world of the life palace, there was a strange vision of heaven and earth. The wings of the peacock demon god spread out, sheltering the boundless void, blocking out the sun. There were jewels bedecking its radiant divine wings, and like mirrors, they reflected the divine glory that would cover a boundless space. Every place illuminated by the divine light seemed to be the realm that belonged to the peacock demon god. That divine heart madly gobbled up the power of the great path between heaven and earth, and the currents of the great path circulated to create this vision. Yi Futian had a feeling that the peacock demon god was supposed to have existed in this world. His power and the world of Yi Futian's life palace were one and the same. This also reminded Yi Futian of when he experienced his own becoming. He was destined to have the perfect, great path. Inside this extremely splendid realm of the gods, Yi Futian could feel an ancient aura which he perceived vaguely. In this realm of the gods, any areas illuminated by the gems on the wings of the peacock demon god would be shattered and destroyed. Just as when they were in the secret zone, wherever the divine light reached, everything was destroyed. The great path collapsed, the secret zone pulverized, and Renhuang perished. Yi Futian opened his eyes and stared at the crystal-like heart of the demon god. This thing was the heart of the demon god, a veritable divine item, which was now one with his own spiritual soul. What would happen if he were to refine it? When his thought turned to this, countless branches and leaves danced on the ancient tree of the world as they swept toward the heart of the demon god, covering it. They then entangled and swallowed it within the ancient tree of the world, as the ancient branches and leaves absorbed its power, turning it into nourishment to incorporate it into the spiritual soul. At this time in the outside world, there are also infinite branches and leaves spreading out. Many ancient branches and leaves appeared upon Yi Futian, who was sitting there. There were roots underneath his feet, taking hold inside the earth. It was as if his entire person had turned into an ancient tree. Gradually, Yi Futian fell into a fantastical realm. In that wondrous mood, he seemed to transform into a divine tree, with those ancient branches and leaves transformed as parts of his body, as his breath of life became extremely robust. Boom, boom. The sound of heartbeats was loud. Yi Futian's brows twitched. The power of the peacock demon god's divine heart flowed to every part of his body, sinking into his blood. It seemed to have felt his heart and resonated with it, causing his heart to beat violently. This feeling was kind of like the feeling he had when he was standing outside the demon god temple in the secret zone. However, once the spiritual soul swallowed the divine heart, this feeling subsided. However, it appeared again at this time, and it became even more intense. His heart thumped violently, and the blood in his body tossed and roared frantically. Buzz! Yi Futian felt that a divine light had penetrated the divine heart and the fierceness of his own heart. It was as if he had been inexplicably summoned. The two established a certain connection so that even being shrouded by the ancient tree of the world in his spiritual soul, and there was still a steady stream of divine brilliance flowing towards Yi Futian's heart. This made Yi Futian's entire body extremely tense. This was the demon god's divine heart, which had formed an inexplicable connection with his own heart. His heart would burst if he were not careful. His heartbeat became frighteningly rapid. He could even hear the violent sounds of his heart beating. The life force inside of him exploded, and the currents of the ancient tree of the world went toward the heart. He tried to protect it, but the divine heart had started building a bridge with his own heart. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Yi Futian, who was wrapped up in the branches and leaves of the divine tree, burst out miles of brilliance as his heart beat wildly. There was a sacred brilliance blooming. It was the imperial glory surrounding his body. Yi Futian's breath of life at this moment was so strong that the ancient tree of life couldn't stop the divine light from being released as the light pierced into the high heavens. Buzz! Suddenly 2 men appeared on the opposite peak. It was Emperor Shi and Thunder punishing Skylord. They saw the terrifying vision on Yi Futian and were slightly disturbed. However, they knew that Yi Futian harbored a great secret. This genius talent who came from the original realm, in their view, was no less talented than Ninghua. Emperor Shi raised his hand and waved, and immediately this space was sealed to prevent the divine light from spreading outward. When Thunder punishing Skylord saw Yi Futian's distorted face, he asked, "Master, should you intervene?" Emperor Shi shook his head and said, "This is his opportunity of the great path. He had to rely on himself. Let it be." Thunder punishing, Skylord nodded. He had no idea what Yi Futian was going through at the moment. Still, seeing the terrifying light of the peacock demon god pervading his body, it might be related to the secrets inside the secret zone at the domain chief's manor. Yi Futian seemed to be refining that power. Yi Futian lasted in this state for a long time, in the same dreamy state for 14 days. He encountered danger several times, but Emperor Shi and Thunder punishing Skylord sat there and watched without interfering. Nor did they allow others to disturb the place, merely allowing Yi Futian the space to cultivate by himself. 14 days later, an unparalleled glow exploded from Yi Futian. His entire person had undergone quite a change. His chiseled, handsome face seemed even more attractive, with a subtle hint of sharpness. He succeeded. There was a smile in the eyes of Emperor Shi and Thunder punishing Skylord. They knew that some changes had taken place in Yi Futian, but exactly what, they were not sure. It seemed that he had integrated with some powerful force. Let's go! Both of them were people at the top and had no desire to fathom anything, nor did they have any designs on divine items. If they were that sort of people, they would have no reason to help Yi Futian. They could take those secrets from him. Before these 2 men, Yi Futian had no ability to fight back. This was also why Yi Futian could cultivate here at ease. Emperor Shi and Thunder punishing Skylord were both extraordinary and powerful figures with unusual mindsets. If they had coveted his treasures, they need not pretend with him. They could take them away from him. After the 2 left, Yi Futian still sat there as a powerful vision appeared. In a boundless world, the peacock demon god stood between heaven and earth. Its divine wings spread out, emitting brilliant divine light. Now that he had merged with the divine heart, he could better comprehend the sensation. Above his body, an even more majestic vitality emerged, immensely exuberant. The heart that beat inside his body was so radiant, like a crystal. The divine heart of the peacock demon god had been integrated into his own, so that his heart was now a divine heart full of vitality. Every time it beat, it contained a majestic breath of life and power that filled him with infinite strength. After the integration, Yi Futian did not stop but continued to cultivate in retreat, studying ways to familiarize himself with the power to refine it and elevate toward a higher realm. This time, he wouldn't leave unless he obtained the breakthrough. When Yi Futian was in retreat, the domain chief's manor had issued an order to arrest him, the Millet Emperor and the others. There were even cultivators from the domain chief's manor that came to the divine ocean continent. However, they were repelled by the thunder-punishing Skylord as they attempted to enter Turtle Deity Island. With these 2 great figures guarding Turtle Deity Island, no one dared to make a move, especially when Emperor Shi himself was someone who had experienced the divine tribulation. Even those close to the chief had to observe the protocol, so naturally no one dared suggest searching the island. The Millet Emperor and Li Chongqing both disappeared as if they had vanished into thin air. Some said they had escaped to other regions. At the same time, some even claimed that they had gone to Divine Prefecture and picked up Yi Futian to leave together, waiting to return another day when they had achieved higher cultivation. But this was anyone's guess. No one really knew where Millet Emperor and Yi Futian were. With the passage of time, this turmoil continued to fade until the world forgot it. Donghua domain was too vast. There were many disturbances daily in the cultivation world, and with other major events happening, no one would stay in the past forever. Time flew by fast, and the world was changing infinitely. Time was fleeting. In a blink of an eye, many years passed. This year, shocking news spread across all continents in the Donghua domain. Ninghua, the first genius talent in Donghua domain, broke through the realm at Donghua Academy and entered the 8th realm of Renhuang. This news reverberated throughout the entire Donghua domain. Ninghua's breakthrough meant that he was now invincible except for the figureheads in Donghua domain. He had truly arrived at the peak. Some even said that Ninghua was capable of fighting with some masters. Many were actually looking forward to such battles. But everyone also knew that a battle of this magnitude was rare and could only occur by chance. From this point on, Ninghua was closer to the peak than ever, as there was only one realm left before he became a Renhuang of the 9th realm. Countless people were looking forward to witnessing Ninghua's victory when he broke through the 9th realm. As for names such as Yi Futian, Qin Yi, and Li Chongsheng, they were gradually forgotten, and not many mentioned them again. After all, a long time had passed since then. The year 10058 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was an extraordinary one for Donghua domain. In addition to Ninghua's breakthrough, the ancient royal family of Yan made an official alliance with Lingxiao Palace in marriage. Their alliance formed a new great superpower which put a lot of pressure on the other powerful principalities in the Donghua domain. Aside from all that, it was rumored that Ninghua might become path companions with goddess Taihua of Taihua Mountain. If this were the case, domain chief's manor status in Donghua domain would rise to a new high and become an existence on the level of an overlord. In great Yan ancient royal family, Emperor Yan had 7 heirs. Yan Danyang was killed by Yi Futian, leaving 4 other princes. This was the alliance marriage of Emperor Yan's second son, Yanzhu. Yanzhu was a 7th-tier Renhuang and was very powerful. However, when he became a middle-level Renhuang, his great path became flawed. His talent was no match for Yan Danyang. Hence, his standing in great Yan ancient royal family was not as high as his younger brother, Yan Danyang. However, the crown prince of great Yan ancient royal family, Yan Hanqing, already had a path companion, and Yan Danyang was killed. Yanzhu was the most suitable candidate for this alliance marriage. Hence, the great Yan ancient royal family chose him to marry a princess of Lingxiao Palace. In reality, this was an alliance between the 2 top forces. That way, the 2 major forces would be even more powerful in the Donghua domain. Of course, some giant-level forces were speculating whether Domain Chief's manor was pulling strings behind the scenes. After all, during the Donghua banquet, they noticed that Lingxiao Palace, which was also a force in the Donghua heavens, only followed the heels of Domain Chief's manor. The attitude that Lingxiao Palace Lord displayed towards Chief Ningyuan was abnormal. After all, Lingxiao Palace and Domain Chief's manor were from the same continent, so the crowd could tell. Now, Lingxiao Palace and great Yan ancient royal family were allying and becoming an extremely powerful force. Their might was frightening. In addition, they might also have the backing of Domain Chief's manor behind them. This alliance would put greater pressure on the other giant-level forces. The alliance marriage between the 2 giant-level forces sent ripples throughout the Donghua domain. The news spread to the main continent of the domain and even beyond to other continents. Rumor has it that great Yan ancient royal family would cross half the Donghua domain to bring back the princess of Lingshao Palace. They would not utilize a teleportation matrix, instead opting to travel across many continents. They wanted the world to know of this event and attract worldwide attention. After news of this got out, many people were excited. They wanted to witness this grand event. Great Yan ancient royal family did this to make this alliance marriage glorious and to enjoy the attention. At the same time, this sent out a message to the rest of the world that they took this alliance marriage seriously. Some people estimated that if great Yan ancient royal family departed from the south region of the Donghua domain and headed over to the Donghua heavens in the center of the domain, they would need to cross thousands of continents, big and small. One could imagine how grand an event this would be. Great Yan ancient royal family even estimated the time they would take. They would depart a month in advance and head over to the Donghua heavens according to a schedule. They would arrive at the Donghua heavens a month later to marry the princess of Lingshao Palace. On this day, in the main city of a small continent in the south region, the city was alive with activity. In a large tavern, guests were toasting each other, and it was very lively. They were busy discussing various events of the day. Did all of you know that great Yan ancient royal family and Lingshao Palace are having an alliance marriage? Someone said. I heard some news of this. These giant level forces at the peak and the ancient royal family are too high above us. Normally, we would not care much about them. However, this time the commotion they caused is too huge. It is hard not to know about it, said someone with a smile. The continent they were on was similar to the continent that Futian arrived when he first reached the divine prefecture. It didn't even have a name. To them, the top forces were indeed far beyond their reach, too far above them. Those were all forces and figures of legends. They could only hear of such things from the mouths of others. It is an alliance marriage between two forces at the peak. To display their sincerity, the great Yan ancient royal family made a spectacle of the event. It also shows that they are taking this alliance marriage seriously. I wonder whether they will pass through the continents where we are. I would like to see how powerful the lineup that great Yan ancient royal family sent for the wedding is. The great Yan ancient royal family probably won't bother with a nameless continent like ours, someone said. If all of you wish to see the procession, there is a continent that great Yan ancient royal family will certainly pass through. Many people nodded with smiles on their faces. They seemed to know which continent the person was referring to. It is the Tianqi continent, right? Suggested someone. That's right. The Tianqi continent is the main continent among our group of continents. It overshadows many continents around here. Since great Yan ancient royal family wants to make their event as grand as possible, a look at the map will tell you that great Yan ancient royal family will pass straight through the Tianqi continent on their way to the Donghua heavens. They would not go around it, said the person who had spoken with a smile. The crowd around him nodded their heads. His analysis was spot on. Since great Yan ancient royal family wanted to head over to the wedding grandly, they should be passing through the Tianqi continent. The lineup of great Yan ancient royal family is powerful, so they will certainly be extremely fast. Even if we manage to see them, it will be over in the blink of an eye. Why do we need to trouble ourselves for so little? Someone said with a hearty laugh. Many people nodded their heads. They were also curious and wanted to join in the fun, but they would not waste too much effort. For most cultivators, traversing continents was no easy feat. It was far more convenient for renhuangs. However, as they spoke, a group of people was drinking wine quietly at a table in the corner. They were listening attentively to what the people were saying. This group of people had an extraordinary temperament. Among them, a silhouette wore a straw hat. White hair trailed down from the straw hat. Some people suspected that this person was an old monster who had cultivated for many years. However, he still appeared very young. It might be due to his high cultivation. They did not know that the groups sitting there were cultivators currently wanted in the Donghua domain. It was Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian tapped the tabletop with his finger. After he heard what the other party said, he stood up and walked outside. The others immediately followed behind him. Their figures flashed, and the group dashed across the space like lightning, disappearing in an instant. The people in the tavern who noticed this scene felt their hearts tremble violently. Who were those people? Their speed was actually so terrifying. In the sky above, a group of people was traversing among the clouds. They were extremely fast as they whizzed through the clouds. The figure wearing a straw hat was Yi Futian. "What are you doing?" asked a person behind him. It was a woman with outstanding appearance and extraordinary temperament. It was Goddess Donglai, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island. "I am going to the Tianqi continent," answered Yi Futian. Goddess Donglai's heart quavered. This fellow the others also revealed serious expressions. Although there weren't many of them, they still had a very powerful lineup. The top figures of various forces, such as Goddess Donglai, Alchemy Emperor, the head of the Feng family, Storm Demon, and many more cultivators, were gathered together here. They were all top-tier Renhuangs. Such a lineup was very formidable. If it wasn't for the fact that they had offended superpowers, they could roam wherever they pleased. However, after just emerging from seclusion, was Yi Futian preparing to cause a scene again? It had been a few years since that incident. These past few years, the Donghua domain had gradually forgotten them. It would be very safe for them to leave the domain now. Even if they did not leave, no one would notice if they cultivated on some small continents or continued to remain on Turtle Deity Island. However, once they intercepted great Yan ancient royal family, their cover would immediately be blown. They would most likely return to restless days of running for their lives. Chapter 2081. Intercept. The Tianqi continent was very prosperous. It was similar to the Penglai continent, possessing many ninth-tier Renhuangs. It was considered the main continent in the surrounding region. These past few days, the Tianqi continent seemed exceptionally lively. Many people on the continent suspected that great Yan ancient royal family would pass by here on their way to the wedding in the Donghua heavens. For most people, they had never seen the cultivators from these giant level forces of the legend before. Moreover, the lineup for the wedding procession this time would certainly be very powerful. Many people were waiting in anticipation. If the great Yan ancient royal family passed through the Tianqi continent, they would pass through Crimson City in the center. Hence, countless cultivators rushed over to Crimson City, intending to catch a glimpse of the cultivators from the giant level force. Of course, many people had no interest in joining in the fun. Some scoffed at the idea. However, many top forces in Crimson City were standing ready, preparing to show themselves when the other party passed through the city. If they had the chance to come in contact with such powers, it would definitely be beneficial for them. On this day, on the outskirts of the Tianqi continent, the cries of dragons suddenly could be heard. This caused countless people to tremble. They frantically looked up far into the distance. Purple, golden divine light shot across the sky. Powerful, gigantic divine dragons streamed across the sky. At the very front were 9 dragons, all of them upper-level demon emperors. They were pulling a luxurious chariot. On the divine dragons stood cultivators, all of them Renhuangs. They were adorned in dragon armor and appeared extremely majestic. They gave off a solemn vibe. There were similarly dragons to the left, right as well as behind the chariot. The lineup was terrifying. They roared as they passed by in the sky above. Everywhere they went, the cries of dragons filled the skies, seemingly reminding the people below that they were passing by. Many demonic beasts down below bowed down. The cultivators were also trembling in awe. Many of them even wanted to bow their heads. They had never seen such a terrifying procession. An upper-level Renhuang was a top cultivator in the eyes of these ordinary folk. However, right now, in the heavens above, 9 purple gold dragons were pulling a chariot across the sky. The procession of the great Yan ancient royal family sped across high in the sky. In an instant, they had vanished far off into the distance, disappearing from view. They were extremely fast, yet the awe-inspiring scene remained in the minds of the crowd for a very long time. This majestic scene was especially unforgettable for the young cultivators. So this was a superpower. A mere wedding procession was already so terrifying. The great Yan ancient royal family had arrived in the Tianqi continent. After some time, the people of Crimson City, far off in the distance, eventually received this news. Some people sent word of this to Crimson City. After that, the news spread rapidly, sweeping across the city. In the central district, many people were standing ready. In a tavern, many people were looking in the direction great Yan ancient royal family was approaching from. They were busy discussing this. These people were the top forces and families of Crimson City. They were already waiting here, prepared to welcome the arrival of the cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family. They were truly sincere. It was not just one force. Other top forces were also waiting in different locations far away, hoping that they would encounter great Yan ancient royal family. Even if they could not, showing their faces was enough. Everyone here was waiting quietly. Not long after, brilliant divine light shot over from the sky in the distance. The cries of dragons could faintly be heard. Everyone knew that the cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family had arrived. However, they should still be some distance away. From the dragon cries, they were headed in this direction towards the central district of Crimson City. As expected, after some time, they saw 9 dragons pulling a chariot. The scene was majestic. The 9 divine dragons were tens of thousands of feet long and were terrifying, blocking out part of the sky. Many of them had not seen such an astonishing scene before. Only the giant level forces could control powerful dragons to draw their chariots. If the dragons changed form, they were also top demon emperors. No matter where they were, they would be top cultivators. The members of Jiang clan of Crimson City welcomed the great Yan ancient royal family into Crimson City. A voice called out energetically. The 9 divine dragons let out low roars. Their huge eyes glanced ahead as they released great pressure. Even the members of the top forces felt this absolute pressure. This wedding procession could sweep away many of the top forces here. The demon emperor in the middle was a 9th-tier existence. Aside from that, an overbearing elder who stood before the dragon was similarly a 9th-tier Renhuang. The members of Crimson City speculated that among this procession, there might be more than 3 9th-tier existences. To them, this was a power which they could not stand against. Moreover, aside from 9th-tier existences, they also had many 8th-tier upper-level Renhuangs. Among the 9 leading divine dragons, 1 was a 9th-tier demon emperor, 3 were 8th-tier, and 5 were 7th-tier. They were absolutely menacing. There were also many upper-level Renhuangs at the back. This lineup could take over a continent. The leading elder swept a glance at the other party. He nodded his head slightly and said, "No need to stand on ceremony. We're merely passing through. Please go about your own business." Although they slowed down slightly, they still kept moving forward without stopping. At the same time, a few of the leaders of the top forces of the Tianqi continent came over and saluted with their fists. Then one of them asked, "Would all of you like to take a break in Crimson City before continuing on your journey?" "There is no need," the elder replied. The other party did not say any more. They frantically made way for the wedding procession, standing on both sides as they sent the procession off. At that moment, the elder frowned slightly. He sensed someone's will sweeping over their procession. It swept over everyone here without any subtlety. It was extremely presumptuous behavior. "Who is it?" the elder cried out as he glanced down below. He had a cold and indifferent look in his eyes. He spotted a tavern as he followed the direction of the will. There was a group sitting there, drinking quietly. Just as he shouted this, the group of people lowered their wine cups and looked up at them. At that moment, the elder felt that something was off. There were actually a few ninth-tier renhuangs among the group. Why had so many ninth-tier renhuangs gathered in the Tianqi continent? One of the members of the group took off his straw hat, revealing a head of silver hair. He had a handsome appearance and was a charming lad. He also appeared somewhat enchanting. People could tell at a glance that this person was extraordinary. Yi Liunian, the elder cried out as his expression changed. Back during the Donghua banquet, the elder was not present. However, that did not prevent him from recognizing Yi Futian. The core figures of the great Yan ancient royal family had all seen Yi Futian's portrait. Rather, the elder should not be calling him Yi Liunian. Instead, he was Yi Futian, the cultivator from the original realm. "Be careful," the elder immediately warned. "Everyone be on your guard." Since Yi Futian dared to appear here, he had clearly come prepared. Many years had passed. They nearly forgot about this person and were no longer searching for his whereabouts. They never imagined that just as they were about to forget about him completely, Yi Futian appeared. "Who is Yi Liunian?" asked many people around the area. They had never heard of him. After all, they were not cultivators from the major continents. 7 years ago, Yi Liunian was an incredible figure during the Donghua banquet. He is wanted by the domain chief's manor. After disappearing for 7 years, I never imagined that he would appear here today, said many people who had heard of him. Their hearts were stirred. Yi Futian, who had disappeared for 7 years, had appeared here. This meant that his group had been monitoring the movements of the great Yan ancient royal family. Why had they come here this time? Buzz. Silhouettes dashed into the sky. In an instant, Yi Futian's group shot up into the sky and appeared high above the clouds. They immediately blocked off the other party's path. Their figures spread out. Yi Futian's group also consisted of very powerful figures. They were Goddess Donglai, Alchemy Emperor, and the head of the Lung family, Sky Sword Lung Quangxing. A few cultivators had followed Goddess Donglai from Eastern Deity Island and had once followed Supreme Deity Donglai. Yi Futian, Chen Yi, as well as a number of the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, were also among their group. Aside from Yi Futian, Chen Yi, and Zifeng, they were all upper-level renhuangs. Such a lineup was very formidable. The cultivators from the top forces of Crimson City were astonished. They were struggling internally. Yi Futian actually appeared here and was prepared to intercept the wedding procession of the great Yan ancient royal family. Should they aid the great Yan ancient royal family? This was a rare opportunity that was hard to come by. However, if they took part, they would be killed if they were even the slightest bit careless. Millet Emperor and Li Changsheng were also still out there. "Kill them," Yi Futian said. As he said this, the various cultivators charged forwards. The aura of the leading elder of the great Yan ancient royal family filled the sky. A pure-blooded dragon protected his body. The divine dragon beneath him let out a loud roar and immediately charged towards Yi Futian as it prepared to subdue Yi Futian first. If they could bring back Yi Futian, it would also be considered a great contribution. Goddess Donglai and Alchemy Emperor appeared in front of Yi Futian. They immediately charged towards their opponent and the dragon. There weren't many people on Yi Futian's side, but they were all elite figures. They also came prepared. Back during the Donghua banquet, the great Yan ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace joined forces to destroy Wangshan Watchtower, killing or injuring most of their members. After Wangshan Watchtower disbanded, using this opportunity, the great Yan ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace began to grow closer, even reaching the point of having an alliance marriage. if great Yan ancient royal family directly used a teleportation matrix to head over to the Donghua heavens, Yi Futian's group could not do anything to them. However, great Yan ancient royal family wanted to welcome this marriage with fanfare. They traveled across thousands of continents, grandly for all the world to know. When Yi Futian's group heard this news, they decided to come over to take a look. Coincidentally, they found out that great Yan ancient royal family would pass through the Tianqi continent. How could they let such an opportunity slip past them? The Tianqi continent was situated in between the Yenyun continent and the Donghua heavens. It was far away from both continents. Even if Emperor Yan and Ling Yunzi caught wind of their exploits, it was impossible for both of them to rush over in a short amount of time. This gave Yi Futian's group enough time to do many things. They wanted to get this done and over as soon as possible. The various cultivators charged straight towards the members of the great Yan ancient royal family. A large battle instantly ensued. Terrifying attacks of the great path swept across the land. It was as though the world was about to end. The commotion was terrifying. The sky, which was initially clear for tens of thousands of miles, became overcast as destructive storms swept up. The crowd below saw a brilliant divine, sword light, cleave a line through the sky. Frightening thunder clouds covered the sky as they saw divine fire descend, setting this part of the sky ablaze. They also saw gigantic divine dragons slash out with their menacing dragon claws, ripping apart the space. The cries of dragons roared, causing the eardrums of many people to ring. The cultivators below frenziedly escaped. Some people coughed up fresh blood from the residue waves. Light of the great path also landed on the ground, causing the buildings below to collapse and be destroyed. Cracks appeared on the ground as well. Only Renhuangs could manage to remain in the space below and truly witness this huge battle. Their gazes were all on one person. He had white robes and white hair. His appearance was handsome beyond comparison, and he appeared very elegant. This person was Yi Futian, who had shook the Donghua banquet back then. Rumor has it that he was undefeated during the Donghua banquet. He had no equal among those at the same level of cultivation. When he entered the secret zone, he activated the ruin in the secret zone and also killed Yin Dongyang, Ling He, and a few 8th-tier cultivators. His records in battle were too glorious. On top of these impressive records, there were also rumors from when Yi Futian stood before the divine mirror of heavenly wheels in Donghua Academy. Even though Yi Futian was wanted after the storm of incidents, there were many stories about Yi Futian. As time went on, people had gradually forgotten about him. Now that he had appeared again, these people instantly recalled his doings back then. They wanted to see how incredible this person was and whether the rumors were true or not. Some people considered these rumors to be exaggerated due to the commotion back then. He might have done many astonishing things, but they must certainly have been blown out of proportion. It was natural for such things to happen. Such was the way of the world. However, merely based on his appearance and temperament, he was indeed extraordinary. Yi Futian's figure floated in the air in the center of the battlefield. He floated towards the chariot drawn by the 9 divine dragons. Frightening divine light circled his entire body. An astonishing storm whipped up around him. In the skies above, a yin-yang diagram appeared. The terrifying yin-yang diagram kept expanding as it rotated in the sky. Frightening divine halos descended like lightning. Poof! The light that descended from the yin-yang diagram landed on the figure of a 7th-tier Renhuang. The Renhuang was instantly pierced through by the divine light. His body actually disintegrated after that, turning to dust which scattered to the winds. Around the chariot, Renhuangs charged up into the sky one after another. Yet the divine light of the yin-yang diagram seemed endless, raining down constantly like a divine tribulation of the great path. Puffing sounds could be heard non-stop. Renhuangs beneath the 8th tier were immediately vaporized. They could not withstand the killing blows of the yin-yang diagram. The people down below also saw a 7th tier divine dragon try to swallow Yi Futian. However, divine halos rained down from the yin-yang diagram. The gigantic figure of the divine dragon was actually pierced through immediately. It then disintegrated bit by bit and turned to dust. A miserable roar came from the sky. As Yi Futian stood there, he seemed undefeatable. So powerful. Many people felt their hearts stir when they saw this majestic scene. One could only truly know a person's ability by witnessing it for themselves. Listening to rumors was misleading. Having personally witnessed Yi Futian standing there, they actually believed that he was invincible. At that moment, an even more terrifying dragon roar filled the skies. The crowd looked over in that direction. An 8th tier dragon emperor charged up into the skies, his 10,000-foot-long figure swaying as he did so. A frightening storm was swept up. Before the gigantic creature, Yi Futian appeared minuscule. Even the claws of the dragon emperor were far larger than Yi Futian's body. The dragon emperor's claws were like the sharpest blades in the world. They were hideous and terrifying. Many people felt their hearts beating heavily as they witnessed this scene. It was as though Yi Futian would be directly consumed by the dragon right then. The divine light that rained down from the yin-yang diagram landed on the dragon's gigantic figure. It pierced through his scales and caused his body to be covered with blood. However, it could not immediately kill off the dragon. The defensive power of an 8th tier demon emperor was far greater than that of a human cultivator. His dragon scales were like ritual implement armor and were extremely sturdy. The fact that the massacring light that showered down from the yin-yang diagram could rip apart his defenses was already very astonishing. Yet it still could not instantly kill an 8th tier dragon emperor. Yi Futian still stood firmly in his spot as he saw the gigantic creature approaching him. He had a look of confidence in his eyes. A long spear appeared in his outreached hand. The battle intent that emanated from the long spear filled the sky, resulting in his entire person also being encapsulated in terrifying battle intent. Rumble. A beam of divine light immediately shot up into the heavens. It consumed his figure. A shadow of the peacock appeared behind Yi Futian's figure. He appeared extremely divine. At this moment, Yi Futian's will rose to extremely frightening levels. His enchantingly handsome temperament became even more prominent. The shadow of the peacock spread its wings. Divine light radiated from its feathers and swept outwards. It was dazzling beyond comparison. The Dragon Emperor sensed an aura that made him shiver. He let out an intense dragon roar. There was a faint hint of terror in his voice, as though he was sensing the aura of a demon god. Buzz! The crowd saw Yi Futian's figure move. Beams of divine light descended, and Yi Futian stood in the middle, moving along with the divine lights. The Dragon Emperor opened his gaping mouth and swallowed Yi Futian before the crowd could make out what was happening. The next moment, the crowd witnessed a dazzling scene. Terrifying divine light pierced through the flesh of the gigantic dragon from the inside. His figure was extremely dazzling. The crowd could see the beams of light penetrating outwards from his body. All of this happened in an instant. Roar! The huge figure of the Dragon Emperor trembled violently as it let out an astonishing roar. With a rumbling sound, a brilliant silhouette appeared from the dragon's figure, emerging from within him. The 8th tier Dragon Emperor trembled violently as it roared. Its body exploded frenziedly. It seemed to be in incredible pain. Blood rained down. The gigantic figure of the Dragon Emperor exploded and was ripped apart. It fell to the ground below and appeared extremely pathetic. Divine light circled the white-haired Renhuang. He appeared immaculate and still looked otherworldly. Although he penetrated through the figure of the Dragon Emperor, he seemed not to be stained by any filth. The divine light had blocked off everything. So powerful. The cultivators who were observing the battle felt their hearts tremble violently. An 8th-tier Dragon Emperor was killed in a single blow. That spear strike appeared simplistic, but it was astounding. It was terrifying, piercing straight through the figure of the 8th-tier Dragon Emperor. They also heard rumors that Futian possessed the will of the Emperor. If he activated it, his combat ability would be even more powerful. However, right now, even though he had not done so, it was still enough to kill a Dragon Emperor in a single blow. One could imagine how frightening Futian was. From the looks of it, the rumors regarding Futian were not only true, and it could even be said to have failed to capture the true might of Futian. Only by witnessing it firsthand could they know how powerful he actually was. The other demon emperors roared furiously at Futian. Their roars shook the skies. Futian swept a glance at them. He tilted his long spear as he stood alone high in the sky. The shadow of the peacock spread its wings. Divine light immediately shot out from the ocelli on its divine wings. The light was like terrifying lightning. The divine phenomenon appeared in the sky above. The divine lights that shot out were like peacocks that charged towards the demon emperors. Rumble. The powerful 7th-tier dragons were immediately torn to shreds. Blood splattered everywhere as divine light penetrated straight through them and caused their bodies to disintegrate. They let out painful roars that seemed to be full of dissatisfaction. Futian stepped forward in the sky like a god of judgment. Everywhere he passed, the dragon shrieked. Yan Zhu, the prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, was sitting in the chariot. Right then, he got up and walked out of the chariot. He stood before it and looked towards the silhouette ahead. Was this the Futian who killed his younger brother Yan Donyang? Now, Futian had intercepted their procession on their way to the wedding to kill him. Your Highness, please step back. This man is dangerous, a man in black robes said as he walked up beside Yan Zhu. He advised Yan Zhu to step back and retreat. Futian was even more powerful than he was back then. During the Donghua banquet, Futian was a 4th-tier Renhuang. Now he was already at the 5th tier. His great path had also stabilized, meaning that he had reached his current plane about 3 or 4 years ago. Aside from Futian's cultivation level, he seemed to have had fateful encounters. A faint demonic qi that filled the air seemed to emanate from his body. It was highly likely that this was connected to the fateful encounter that he obtained from the demon god temple in Domain Chief's Manor's secret zone back then. Far away, Futian swept a glance in his direction. Futian's pupils emanated a charming and enchanting look. They were deep and cold. Yan Zhu felt a chill down his spine. Futian looked at them with a cold, merciless look. It was as though he was looking at dead people. Yan Zhu was the prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, and the cultivators here were all elites. Their lineup was powerful. On the other hand, Futian only had so many people on his side. They dared to intercept the procession, ignoring their numbers. It sounded laughable, yet right now, the great Yan ancient royal family cultivators actually felt threatened. Futian was walking towards them. Everywhere he passed by, blood rained down from the sky. The dragons roared sorrowfully, and the Renhuangs were turned to dust. No one could stop him. Even an 8th-tier Dragon Emperor was killed by him instantly. No one below the 9th tier could stop him. Far outside the battlefield, the top forces of the Tianqi continent, who had come to welcome great Yan ancient royal family, were conflicted. Should they interfere in this battle? They also looked towards Futian. They naturally knew who this person was. As expected, this legendary youth was as terrifyingly powerful as the rumors claimed. 8th-tier Renhuangs were killed like ants by him. He slaughtered his way forward towards the chariot. If he continued doing so, Yan Zhu might truly be in danger. If they took action now, their help would definitely be timely, and they would certainly gain favor with great Yan ancient royal family. Yet was it worth doing so? How great would the risk be? It was hard to gauge. Hence, they were all indecisive. They seemed to be waiting for other forces to act. No one wanted to go first. Once the arrow left the bow, it could not be called back. Once they helped great Yen ancient royal family, they might be gambling the fate of their clans. They were also worried that should Yi Futian's group succeed in killing Yen Zhu and the rest of the cultivators in the procession, would the great Yen ancient royal family be angry at them for not lending aid? Although this matter was initially unrelated to them, they were present here after all. They had also intentionally come to welcome the great Yen ancient royal family. If they merely watched from the sidelines when the great battle ensued and resulted in the Renhuangs from the great Yen ancient royal family being eliminated, Emperor Yen might put the blame on them and purge them all if he was feeling cruel. When that happened, they had no chance to reason with him. In the world of cultivation, one could not do anything if the other party did not reason with you. This caused many of them to regret coming here. Why did they need to join the fun? By coincidence, they encountered a huge battle here. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They could neither attack nor stand by idly. On the other side, Yen Zhu did not retreat. As a prince of the great Yen ancient royal family, when faced with Yi Futian's group trying to kill him, how could he retreat? Even if he did so, what difference would that make? If the Yen kingdom lost this battle, the result would not change. Go face him, Yen Zhu said. The black-robed man nodded. He was an elder of the Yen kingdom who had been guarding Yen Zhu since he was young. He had been a 9th-tier Renhuang for many years. He could be considered Yen Zhu's guardian and his personal bodyguard. This time, he followed beside Yen Zhu as he made his way over to the Donghua heavens for the wedding. Now they were being attacked. He stepped forward and crossed the sky, heading over towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian seemed to notice him, looking up in his direction. He saw the black-robed man walking over. A very dangerous aura emanated from the other party. Dark currents circled him, and a terrifying black dragon also appeared. In the elder's hand, he wielded a long black spear which emanated menacing, destructive currents. Sensing this aura, a terrifying divine light shone from Yi Futian's body. He appeared insufferably arrogant. This black-robed elder was very dangerous. Even Yi Futian did not dare underestimate him. A 9th-tier existence was already at the peak of the Renhuang plain. The dark currents contained a dense power of destruction and corrosion. "Everyone, stand down!" the black-robed elder shouted. Immediately, the cultivators around Yi Futian stepped away from the battlefield. The destructive black aura covered the sky and circled the area where Yi Futian stood. The aura formed a black dragon that immediately charged towards him, intending to consume him. Buzz! The light of the demon god radiated from Yi Futian's figure, the heart of the demon god beating in his body. Beams of multicolored light radiated from his figure. The divine shadow of the peacock appeared. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and was astonishing to behold. The cultivators felt their hearts beating vigorously. The 10,000-foot tall shadow of the peacock spread its wings. Brilliant light shot out from its dazzling divine feathers, blasting towards the body of the dragon. It caused the black dragon to turn to dust instantly. The frightening current of corrosion and destruction did not manage to reach Yi Futian's figure at all before being destroyed by the divine light. Countless people looked towards the battlefield. The divine light of the peacock lit up the space and caused the hearts of many people to beat heavily. The Dragon Emperor let out long roars. In a human voice, the Dragon Emperor said, "It is the aura of the demon god. He has obtained an item of the demon god." The cultivators felt their hearts tremble intensely. Yi Futian had obtained an item of the demon god. As expected, he had obtained it from the secret zone of Domain Chief's Manor. The light of the demon god circled him, and he appeared insufferably arrogant. Yi Futian wielded his long spear. Divine light circled Svim. He pointed his long spear forward at the 9th tier cultivator. Beams of divine light flowed over the long spear and shot out towards his opponent. Buzz! Yi Futian's body shifted. He struck out with his spear. The heavens and earth shook. In an instant, the crowd saw many silhouettes of Yi Futian appear at the same time. Under the divine light of the peacock, there seemed to be more than just one Yi Futian and one spear. Was this the ability bestowed by the demon god? The crowd felt their hearts quavered. The expression of the black-robed man similarly changed. He sensed that each spear was real. Before Yi Futian had reached him, the black-robed man seemed to see an unparalleled peacock demon god charging towards him. The divine light of the peacock shone on his body, making him feel as though he was no match for the demon god. An intense roar sounded, seemingly causing the heavens and earth to quake. The terrifying black dragon appeared, bellowing at the sky. The black-robed man had nowhere to run. He stabbed his long black spear forward. A frightening black dragon appeared before his spear and collided with the gigantic shadow of the peacock. The instant the two divine lights collided, frightening light blinded the people around them. Many people could not keep their eyes open. A terrifying wave of destruction spread out with both of them as the center, radiating outwards for thousands of miles. At that moment, all the buildings for thousands of miles in Crimson City were reduced to flat ground. Countless cultivators coughed up fresh blood. The cultivators, observing the battle up close, had it worse. They never imagined that a battle high in the sky would produce such terrifying shockwaves that swept across thousands of miles. Renhuangs could barely hold on. Only middle-level Renhuangs could see what had happened. They saw the shadow of the peacock demon god rip apart the black dragon. Beams of the divine light of the peacock became long spears that directly pierced forward. Yi Futian and the black-robed elder switched places. The two of them stood silently in the sky. It was as though time had stopped. The terrifying aftershocks changed the heavens and the earth, but the battlefield itself was exceptionally quiet. However, the next moment, the figure of the black-robed elder immediately turned to dust, which scattered to the winds. A single spear strike killed a 9th-tier cultivator. 7 years ago, Yi Futian could kill 8th-tier Renhuangs. Now he could already kill 9th-tier Renhuangs at the peak. A mighty 5th-tier Renhuang had appeared. Chapter 2084 Total Annihilation. In the world of cultivation, there were no clear distinctions for mighty figures. People of different levels of cultivation had different definitions about who could be considered mighty figures. However, in the Divine Prefecture, it was widely considered that Renhuangs above the 7th tier were mighty existences. 8th tier and 9th tier Renhuangs were naturally considered mighty figures. Yi Futian was currently a 5th tier Renhuang, yet he killed a 9th tier Renhuang with just a single spear strike. Then, could Yi Futian be considered a mighty figure? For many people, a 5th tier mighty figure was an inconceivable notion. Right now, Yi Futian just stood there. The shadow of the peacock demon god stood behind him. Enchanting divine light enveloped his figure as though he was a descendant of the demon god. He gazed ahead, and his gaze pierced the space, landing on the silhouette in the chariot far off in the distance. He was looking at the prince of Great Yan ancient royal family, Yanju. Great Yan ancient royal family Enling Shao Palace wanted to have an alliance marriage. They even caused such a commotion over it in the Donghua domain. If that were what they wanted, Yi Futian would grant them their wish. This alliance marriage would indeed shake the Donghua domain. However, it would do so in a different manner. Yan Zhu noticed Yi Futian's gaze. Yan Zhu had been looking over the battlefield all this while. He had witnessed everything. Since he was born, the black-robed elder, who had followed him for many years and had taken care of him, had been killed by Yi Futian with a single spear strike. Yan Zhu was overwhelmed with emotions. Was there hate? Of course. However, the relationship between the Yan kingdom and Yi Futian had no chance of reconciliation, even though he was not familiar with Yi Futian and bore him no ill will. Yan Zhu had to acknowledge everything the Yan kingdom did. Yan Zhu was a prince of the great Yan ancient royal family and represented the Yan kingdom in the marriage with Lingxiao Palace. Who else could he blame? It could only be said that the great Yan ancient royal family did not deal with things cleanly. They had offended Yi Futian, and yet they did not clean up after themselves, allowing the other party to retaliate. Now, who could still stand against Yi Futian? A ninth-tier cultivator was killed with a single strike of the spear. After a few years, Yi Futian was much more frightening than he was when he became famous overnight during the Donghua banquet. Today would be a catastrophe for Yan Zhu and great Yan ancient royal family. Far off in another direction, the members of the top forces of the Tianqi continent had somewhat stunned expressions. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. They were initially hesitating over whether they should attack. From the looks of it now, they had thought too much. Even if they lent their aid to the great Yan ancient royal family, could they stop Yi Futian? They might perish on the spot. The great Yan ancient royal family cultivators, who were still battling in different locations, finally felt an intense sense of danger and terror. They certainly had not imagined that this group of people would actually pose a threat to their lives. The wedding procession of the great Yan ancient royal family was intercepted along the way to the wedding. Yi Futian wielded his spear and stepped forward, walking towards Yan Zhu. Dragons roared, and several renhuangs sent out attacks towards Yi Futian. However, the dazzling peacock demon god spread its wings and released unparalleled divine light. Everywhere the light touched, the attacks of the great path disintegrated. Yi Futian advanced. His long spear was like a dragon as it pierced out across the space. Just now, countless images of the spear appeared with a single pierce and charged out in different directions. Bang! 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 Silhouettes immediately turned to dust and exploded. The space shook violently. Everywhere the spear passed, no one was left alive. Be it Renhuang or Demon Emperor, all perished before the spear. Even a ninth-tier cultivator was killed with a single strike, let alone others beneath him. They couldn't be able to withstand a strike from the spear. No one blocked Yi Futian's way as he crossed the space with a single step. He came to the space above the chariot and looked down at the second prince of great Yan ancient royal family, Yan Zhu. Yan Zhu also looked up at Yi Futian. He felt a sense of melancholy. As a prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, he actually had no means of retaliating right now. It seemed as though the only path that laid before him was death. He watched as Yi Futian raised the spear in his hand and then stabbed it out. Yan Zhu released the terrifying pressure of the great path. Cries of dragons filled the skies. Right before he died, he unleashed his most powerful attack. However, it wasn't very sensible. Before the spear, his attack was as insignificant as paper. The long spear penetrated through it and stabbed through his head. Yi Futian did not say anything meaningless, killing him instantly with a single strike. Yan Zhu felt a pang of pain. His facial expression gradually twisted. The next moment, his figure turned to dust and disappeared into nothingness. He had perished. Behind him, there was still the army of the great Yan ancient royal family. They had personally witnessed Yi Futian stab a spear through Yan Zhu's head. They watched as Yan Zhu was pierced through in the air. They were giant level forces from the divine prefecture who were heading over for a wedding in Lingxiao Palace. However, they had been intercepted along the way and had actually lost miserably. Prince Yan Zhu was killed on the spot. The protagonist for the alliance marriage between the two forces had perished. At that moment, Yi Futian raised his head and looked at them. He cast a glance at them, and countless beams of divine light shot out from the wings of the peacock. There were endless puffing sounds, as the Renhuangs could not withstand the might of the divine light at all. They offered no resistance as they were killed. They did not even have the chance to retaliate before perishing. "Run!" someone shouted. The various cultivators immediately retreated. They could not be concerned with what happened here. Those who remained would all die. Yet, when the divine light swept out, no one could escape. Silhouettes disappeared one after another, turning to dust. Yi Futian turned around and headed over to other battlefields, immediately joining them. In the sky above, the sound of astonishing collisions could be heard. This large-scale battle did not last long. Very soon it ended. After 5 minutes, no one was left on the battlefield. Yi Futian's group had left. None of them had perished, and only a few were injured. Whereas for great Yan ancient royal family, countless gazes peered across the battlefield. No one was left. The wedding entourage of the great Yan ancient royal family had been annihilated. All of them had been killed. True figures at the peak could slaughter a city single-handedly. Today, the fifth-tier Renhuang, Yi Futian, enlightened them on how one person could sweep away an entire army of Renhuangs. In a grandiose manner, the great Yan ancient royal family traversed countless continents as they headed towards the Donghua heavens for the wedding. This shook the Donghua domain. However, it had ended in such a fashion. Even in their dreams, the great Yan ancient royal family probably had not imagined this. How would the other cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family feel when they heard the news? This alliance marriage had ended prematurely. "Times have changed," lamented the members of the top forces of the Tianqi continent, who were overwhelmed with emotion. It was as though everything had been a dream. Knowing that the other party would pass by, they had come from far and wide to welcome them. However, they witnessed Yi Futian's group annihilating the wedding procession that consisted of an army of Renhuangs. Someone said in a low voice, "Indeed, he is merely a fifth-tier Renhuang." Before this, I felt that the rumors were exaggerated. Now that I have seen it firsthand, not only are the rumors not exaggerated, but they also failed to truly capture Yi Futian's might. He is definitely another Ninghua. If he does not die, it will be hard to tell who will be the top figure in the Donghua domain in the future. The rising generation was to be reckoned with. If Yi Futian reached the peak of the Renhuang plain, how powerful would his combat ability be? They could not imagine it. Chapter 2085, The Plan. The assassination of the wedding party from the ancient royal family of Yans had caused great upheaval in the Donghua domain. The news of the pending marital alliance between the two major principalities had already spread throughout the domain, and Lingshao Palace had made all the preparation. Everyone was looking forward to the grand occasion when these two forces would be joined together. However, no one could have predicted that after all these times, Yi Futian would surface again, and they would never have thought that soon as he appeared, he would slaughter the army of the ancient royal family of Yan, announcing his existence by taking the life of the crown prince, Yan Zhu. The alliance of marriage between the great kingdom of Yan and Lingshao Palace was effectively destroyed. With the death of the person who was to be married, it was impossible to change to another set of people to complete the alliance. This was a blow that neither force could afford to let go of. They couldn't very well continue with someone else marrying the princess of Lingshao Palace and have her become the laughingstock of the Donghua domain. Everyone understood that this was the end of the attempt to form an alliance via marriage. Both families were angry beyond words and had dispatched their people to Tianqi continent to investigate. Once they learned of Yi Futian's strength and his companions had accumulated, they sent a powerful team to search for them. At the same time, the domain chief's manor reissued the wanted order. stating that Yi Futian was ruthless beyond doubt and had slaughtered the cultivators of Donghua domain indiscriminately and that he must be brought to justice. The domain chief's manor sent out the Donghua army to assist in the search. However, the Donghua domain was much too vast, with countless continents. Even if the domain chief's manor wanted to find them, it would be a difficult task. Unless the area could be shut down and searched in person by the masters, continent by continent, it would be impossible. But this would be a long and arduous process. Nevertheless, this incident had sounded the alarm for these top principalities that Yi Futian and his companions were still running amok. Out there, it was not just Yi Futian and the others, but the Millet Emperor and Li Changsheng were still alive as well. If they went out to search, they could not predict what would happen. They must proceed with extreme caution. After all, Emperor Yan and Ling Yunzi by themselves could not guarantee a victory against the Millet Emperor and Li Changsheng, not when the Millet Emperor was also carrying the watchtower. Who knew if they were still in Donghua domain or not? On the other hand, Yi Futian and the others left Tianqi continent after killing Yan Zhu and his companions, returning with due speed. After all, no one knew whether the masters themselves would be coming, so leaving quickly after such a surprise attack was necessary. At this moment, a group of people was shuttling through the mists of the clouds, but Yi Futian's brows were slightly knit as he felt something faintly out of order. He said, "The elder who is with us, please show yourself so we may pay our respect." He had felt several times that someone was following them, which made him uneasy. Someone whose presence was difficult to detect must be a cultivator whose level was far above his, at least a 9th realm of Renhuang. "You guys are ballsy." A voice came just as Yi Futian saw a ray of light blooming. A figure appeared in front of Yi Futian and others. It was Li Changsheng, senior brother. Yi Futian was stunned, but then smiled. He didn't expect to see Li Changsheng here. "Junior brother Yi, you guys were a little impulsive this time," said Li Changsheng, and Yi Futian understood. Their hunt this time was full of risks. Although they had observed that Emperor Yin did not accompany the ancient royal family to escort them personally, the probability still existed, no matter how small it was. Once such minute possibility became a reality, the situation would become extremely dangerous, with a genuine possibility of a catastrophe of the greatest degree. Hence Li Changsheng's comment that they were somewhat impulsive. "It seems that even if we didn't do it, the senior brother would have done it." Yi Futian smiled at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's temperament had gone through some great changes after his breakthrough. Nowadays, there was no smile on his face, which made him look a little colder, and he exuded authority without needing to be emotional. What happened back then had influenced him profoundly. When junior brother Zongchan was killed, over half of Wangshan Watchtower's cultivators were butchered and injured. Now that the great kingdom of Yan and Lingshao Palace wanted to ally, "I won't let them succeed so easily," said Li Changsheng. Even if Yi Futian and the others did not take action, he would have killed them himself with no care for the consequence. Blood debts must be repaid with blood, and it was an alliance of marriage between these two major enemies. "Senior brother, do you have any news about the Millet Emperor?" Yi Futian asked. Li Changsheng shook his head. "After I left Wangshan Watchtower, I left the Donghua domain behind as well. I was able to stabilize my realm while in the outside world, but I had no news of Master. Master was seriously wounded in that battle, so it must have taken him some time to recover. No news is good news." Yi Futian nodded. In light of Li Changsheng's breakthrough in cultivation, it was understandable for him to leave the Donghua domain. After all, the Donghua domain still posed a considerable threat. "Where were you guys all these years?" Li Changsheng asked. "Turtle Deity Island," said Yi Futian. "Emperor, she ordered his disciples to assist us, and after that we have stayed on Turtle Deity Island to cultivate ever since then." Li Changsheng was deeply moved when he heard what Yi Futian said. It turned out that Emperor she had been helping. In this case, Yi Futian was safe indeed. Let's go. I will follow you guys to Turtle Deity Island, Li Changxing said as Yi Futian nodded. The group immediately set off in the direction of Turtle Deity Island. With Li Changsheng leading the way, the time for them to get back was greatly reduced. On Eastern Deity Island, Emperor Shi and Thunder Punishing Skylord seemed to have felt Li Changxing's presence as they walked out to the courtyard to receive them. Looking into the distance, they saw Li Changxing had returned with Yi Futian and the others. Greetings to Emperor Shi and Thunder Punishing Skylord. Although Li Changxing broke through the realm, he paid respect to both men as elders. Aside from the fact that he himself was of a later generation, he was grateful that Emperor Shi had helped them in their time of need. You are a cultivator of this level now, and need not be so formal, said Emperor Shi with a smile. But the fact was that even if Li Changxing broke the realm, he was not yet at the same level as him. Emperor Shi possessed the perfect great path and had passed the first level of divine tribulation. Changsheng thanks you for taking care of my brothers, Li Changxing said as he bowed. Emperor Shi didn't say anything more but asked, Is there any news from the Millet Emperor? At Donghua Banquet last time, the Millet Emperor carried the watchtower to the Domain Chief's manor to fight all 3 top masters. He had witnessed the battle and must admit that kind of courage was commendable, especially considering it was his own disciples that he was fighting for. Emperor Shi respected the Millet Emperor tremendously for what he did. Not many cultivators would do that. The Millet Emperor had risked his life in that battle. Li Changxing shook his head. Emperor Shi looked at him and said, No matter, the Millet Emperor has the watchtower in his hands, and there won't be many who could overpower him in the divine prefecture. Perhaps he is somewhere nursing his injuries. He will appear sooner or later. Li Changxing nodded. What are your plans for the future? Emperor Shi asked Li Changxing again. But Li Changxing looked at Yi Futian and the others instead and asked, Junior Yi, what do you think? I have been relying on the kindness and care of Emperor Shi these years, and have been cultivating in retreat on Turtle Deity Island. Now I can deal with common Renhuang in the 9th realm. This interception to extinguish those from the great kingdom of Yen also indicated my own willingness to go out and explore the world, Yi Futian said. They couldn't cultivate on Turtle Deity Island forever. Have you thought of where you wanted to go? Li Changxing asked. Yi Futian shook his head. He hadn't thought much of anything for the time being. Go to the other domains. Li Changxing said, I have been out and about these past few years. The divine prefecture is so vast, even Donghua domain is but 1 out of the 18 domains. Not to mention, Donghua domain is no longer a place for you to stay. So, go to other places for trials, and try to raise your cultivation to Upper Renhuang as soon as possible. Yi Futian understood Li Changxing's meaning. Now that he had offended the 3 top forces in Donghua domain, he couldn't achieve much here. If he caused any further disturbances, the domain chief's manor would get wind of it, and he would be on the run again. Now, leaving Donghua domain seemed a wise choice. Brother, do you have an idea? Yi Futian asked Li Changxing. Li Changxing nodded. I will take you with me. Afterward, while I investigate the whereabouts of the master, others can stay here in the Donghua domain. But your case is a little special, junior brother. Everyone understood Li Changxing's concern. Yi Futian's achievement was too outstanding, which made him really conspicuous. The 3 top forces had set on killing him, so he was the most unsuited out of everyone here to remain in Donghua domain. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Emperor Shi and the Thunder Punishing Skylord listened without saying anything, but both smiled. Li Changxing had high hopes for Yi Futian, who was his junior brother, and wanted to train him to become stronger. After all, everyone understood that even if Yi Futian had elevated his strength greatly, and Li Changxing had now stepped into another level, revenge was no easy matter, it was nearly impossible to achieve it. Li Changxing's breakthrough gave them a glimmer of hope, but it couldn't be done now, not even with the Millet Emperor adding to the mix. Therefore, Li Changxing hoped that Yi Futian would be stronger. Li Changxing could see the hope in him, the hope to strike back at the great kingdom of Yan, Ling Shao Palace, even the domain, Chief's Manor. In the year 10058 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, several shocking events had occurred in the Donghua domain. In addition to Ning Hua's breakthrough, the marriage between the ancient royal family of Yan and Lingshao Palace was also a much-anticipated event. However, everything that happened later caused an uproar like never before. When Yi Futian reappeared, he and his group destroy an entire army of Renhuang, including crushing a Renhuang of the Ninth Realm with a single strike. The chaos that ensued was no less shocking than Ning Hua's breakthrough. However, all of this was confined within the bounds of the Donghua domain. There were countless continents in each of the 18 divine prefecture domains, and countless major events were taking place every day. Take one domain, for example. Only events such as relating to Ninghua or the destruction of the Yan kingdom's wedding party could rouse any sensation. Other major events were happening in their own domain. Therefore, only the top forces in other domains might hear of them outside Donghua domain when these events occurred. Other than that, the cultivators of other domains would not understand much about anything. The Divine Prefecture was such a vast area, with countless news every day and different focuses on different matters. Most of the energy and attention would only be limited to things happening in their own domain. Ordinary cultivators would have no idea about who was who with those top figures from other domains. For example, the Shangqing domain, which neighbored the Donghua domain, was not so concerned with what was happening in the Donghua domain, and the transmission of news was equally limited. Ning Hua was the vice chief of the Donghua domain, and Yi Futian made his name in Donghua domain. The ancient royal family of Yan was a giant force in Donghua domain as well. Whatever happened to them was easily of much interest in the domain. However, an ordinary cultivator in Shangqing domain might be curious about who Ning Hua or Yi Futian was. In this way, it was hard for the news to spread further because there weren't many who paid attention to it. In the Shangqing domain, there was a very prestigious continent called the Four Corner Continent. The name Four Corner Continent sounded common enough, and its location remote. As it was at a corner of the Shangqing domain, it was far off from even the main continent of the Shangqing domain. It was sparsely populated, and the entire continent was not large in size. It was hardly comparable with the main continent of the domain. However, such a continent had a great reputation in the Shangqing domain. Countless cultivators came each year, including those from top principalities. All of this was because of a special place in the Four Corner Continent called Four Corner Village. Although it was just a village, this village was held in high regard in the entire Shangqing domain and even in the Divine Prefecture. There was no reason other than Dong Huang the Great had once entered this village to cultivate. It was said that he had come to this village to seek the way. At that time, he wasn't yet the great emperor, but Four Corner Village had already enjoyed its reputation. Thus, some even called Four Corner Village the Emperor's Village. The Four Corner Continent was not great in size and sparsely populated, but off and on, people could be seen traveling through its airspace. Those who came here, especially cultivators from the outside, almost all of them were headed toward Four Corner Village. At this time, in the sky above the continent, there was a group of cultivators traveling by air, shuttling through the clouds and mist. The person leading the group was a white-haired young man, Yi Futian. Next to Yi Futian was Xia Qingyuan, with Chen Yi sitting behind him. Zifeng stood quietly in the back, as well as Beigong Ao and his daughter. As for the one who carried them, it was naturally the much hard-working Condor Sama. There were not many who came on this trip. Only a few of them, Xia Qingyuan, Zifeng, and Little Condor, need no further elaboration. Beigong Ao and his daughter had been following Yi Futian since they left home. For Chen Yi to follow Yi Futian was a surprise, but of course Li Changxing must have encouraged Chen Yi to travel with them. Li Changxing felt that Chen Yi was an extraordinary character suitable for making the visit to the four-corner village. "We should be there soon," the black wind condor said in a human voice. "Four-corner continent is not that big. We ought to be close. Once we found the four-corner mountain, we can find the four-corner village," said Yi Futian. This was what Li Changxing wanted. Once he had decided to come to the outside world for trials, Li Changxing sent them directly to the four-corner continent and told them to go to the four-corner village. After Li Changxing's breakthrough, he ended up in the Shangqing domain and heard some things. As for why Li Changxing himself didn't escort them to the four-corner village, it was because of the four-corner continent's special status in divine prefecture. Dong Huang the Great had ordered that those of the master level may not be allowed to step onto the four-corner continent. In addition, there was another rule in four-corner village. Private fights were strictly forbidden inside the village, except between the villagers. Outsiders who dared to harm the others inside the village would be killed without exception. Some said it was because Dong Huang the Great once cultivated in the four-corner village. Others said it was because of the special nature of the four-corner village. In any case, no one would dare to disobey the great emperor's command. Because of this sparsely populated, remote continent was full of mystery in the eyes of the world. Its lofty position even warranted the personal attention of the great emperor himself. Because of the four-corner continent's special nature, buildings were not allowed here, so the entire continent was a series of endless mountains and plains. There were no cities, and human traces were rarer still. Only in the void were there people who may be traveling through, from time to time. "Little Condor, you can follow the others if you don't know the way," Yi Futian whispered. "Understood." Little Condor nodded slightly as he expanded his consciousness to sense that people from different directions were all moving toward one direction. He understood that by keeping up with the others, those who came from the Shangqing domain would be more familiar with the direction than they were. Before long, a mountain appeared in front of them, and a special aura seemed to linger there. The entire mountain range seemed elusive, with celestial mists all around it. "There's a pressure of the great path. Go down," Yi Futian commanded. Those in the distance were swooping down as well, and the black wind condor could feel the mysterious pressure of the great path in this area. It permeated between heaven and earth as if it was everywhere, forcing him to go lower. Yi Futian, after swooping down, came to the foot of the mountain. There was a winding mountain road in front of him, leading all the way to the top. The scenery on the mountain was breathtaking. There was a stone tablet halfway up the mountain engraved with a few words, "For Corner Village." After the stone tablet, there was a staircase. The staircase could only accommodate one person at a time as it was very narrow, with mountain walls on both sides. From top to bottom, there was a mysterious atmosphere permeating downward. It was no easy task to gain entry through the staircase. At the entrance to the four-corner village, only a passageway could be seen. The four-corner village was invisible from the outside. Only by traveling through that passageway could one enter the village. According to Li Changxing, the order of the great path from these four corners was different from that of the outside world, and there was a divine relic inside. It was said that this passageway could not be crossed by those who did not possess great luck. Failure to pass through meant that it was impossible to enter the four-corner village. "I should probably wait for you guys down here," Beigong Ao said to Yi Futian. Although he was already a Run Huang of the 8th realm, he knew his own ability. If it were really as Li Changxing described, it would be impossible for him to enter the four-corner village. "There's no harm in trying. The place won't hurt anyone." Yi Futian continued, "Perhaps you have great luck." "Sure," Beigong Ao nodded. What Yi Futian said seemed to be reasonable enough. Perhaps just following Yi Futian was a kind of luck in itself. In front of them, two groups of people had arrived. Standing in front of the tablet, there were not so many people from either side, but each one of them had an extraordinary temperament, outstanding in their own ways. It was easy to discern that they were unusual figures in a glance. They walked directly toward that narrow passageway, one after the other, moving upward. Suddenly, a mysterious aura spread out from the passageway, a celestial mist enveloping them all. "Let's go up, too," said Yi Futian as he walked up the mountain road. He looked up at the passageway and stepped onto the stone steps. Yi Futian was in the front, with Xia Qingyuan and the others following behind. This passage did not bring them any pressure, except for those mysterious currents flowing around them. There was nothing particular. Yi Futian's steps were incredibly light when he thought it would be difficult. In fact, it couldn't be easier as they steadily moved forward. It was the same for Xia Qingyuan and the others. They went up easily. Even Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were following behind without difficulty. Above the passageway there was a stone village. The paths inside the village were very ancient, made of blue stones. The houses themselves also looked as if they had been through a lot. However, the village was spotless and tidy, with a good many ancient trees all around. At this time, many were walking along the road. Besides them, there were bright red maple trees in full bloom, which instantly colored the sky a crimson red. People in the village were not surprised by this, and occasionally someone would look into the distance, sensing that someone else had entered the passageway. However, the red maple leaves kept blooming and became more radiant. Gradually, some stopped to look at the ancient trees and saw what had withered on the maple tree began blooming again. They were increasing in volume as well as beauty. Another lucky newcomer is here. A hunched old man walked over with a smile. Wherever he passed, the red maple trees were in full bloom. Flowers covered the ground. It didn't take long for all the red maple trees in the entire village to come alive. The entire mountain was covered in red leaves to form a most beautiful sight. Many people walked out of their houses to look at the ancient trees inside the village. Their eyes betray the disturbance they felt inside. Soon, a bright red light bloomed over the village, coloring the sky a beautiful crimson red. The flowers bloomed everywhere, and red maple leaves covered the ground. Who has entered the village to cause such an extraordinary sight? An old man narrowed his eyes and murmured. "What a strong aura," someone commented again. It seemed that there would be honored guests arriving in the four-corner village. At this time, in front of a private study in the village, many sat here, listening to the preaching of an old man in front of them. The old man had an immortal aura about him. It was as if he was not from this world. He glanced at the sky and then looked into the distance. Suddenly, with his body as the center, a divine light lingered and rendered his visage with solemnity. This had not happened for many years. Many people were entering the village this time, but the sky was full of a red glow for the first time. He still vaguely remembered the last time when visions like this appeared and who was the person that came. Now he was already a well-known figure in the world. This time, who would it be again? Chapter 2087. A Peculiar Village. In front of the private school were teenagers. Their gazes were all fixed on the strange phenomenon. Their gazes were pure. In a low voice, someone said, "It is so beautiful. This is the first time I have seen such a thing." "Sir, I heard that divine phenomena are miracles that only appear when a person of great destiny enters the village. Do you know who has arrived?" A youth asked. The teacher of the private school retracted his gaze as he looked at the group of youths. He smiled as he shook his head and said, "I do not know yet. After the person enters the village, won't we all know?" The youths all smiled. They knew that their teacher was joking with them. "Sir, may we go to the entrance of the village to take a look?" someone suggested. I also want to go take a look. The youths were quite young. They were at the age where they were full of curiosity. One by one, they got up. Strange light flowed over their bodies. In an instant, divine light flowed in the space. It was dazzling beyond comparison. The maple tree in the private school similarly radiated with its most beautiful red maple. "Sit down," the elder instructed sternly. The youths immediately whimpered and sat down obediently, their heads lowered. They seemed to be afraid of the elder. "Let's continue our lesson," the elder said nonchalantly, as though nothing had happened at all. It was as though he had not seen the phenomenon in the village. When the youths saw the teacher acting this way, they hung their heads in disappointment and sat there obediently. They quickly returned to their routine. Sounds could be heard coming from the private school. Outside of the private school, the villagers who heard the sound would look towards the private school. Brilliant golden light shone from there. It was as though countless runes were floating in the sky. Unlike in the private school, many villagers gathered together in the direction of the entrance. Right now, at the entrance of Four Corner Village, there were many figures. Aside from the villagers, there were also cultivators from the outside. It was very easy to differentiate between the two parties. Regardless of who they were, the villagers all wore very plain clothes. In the village, there was no extravagant clothing. As for the people from the outside, anyone who could enter Four Corner Village was no ordinary person. Hence, their clothes were very fancy, and they had extraordinary temperaments. Therefore, the difference between the two parties was very obvious. Anyone could tell them apart at a glance. Finally, a group of people entered the village from an entrance ahead. There were only two of them. One was a handsome youth, while the other was an elder who was following behind him quietly. Seeing such a pair, the villagers could roughly guess where they were from. The youth should be from a major force, while the elder was his servant. For only one person to be accompanying the youth meant that the elder was no ordinary servant. He was definitely an incredible figure. Of course, the youth also had very powerful cultivation. With his temperament, he seemed unique as he stood there. The youth was not too surprised upon seeing such a crowd. His expression was calm as he swept a glance over them. He also gazed at the phenomenon in the sky. Seeing this, he seemed to have a faint smile. Clearly, he was not unfamiliar with Four Corner Village. At least before he came here, he already knew much about this place. "He has also come," the outsiders around said as they revealed strange expressions when they saw the youth. However, they returned to normal immediately. The competition was very fierce. The people who arrived were more and more outstanding. Now, even this person had appeared in Four Corner Village. No wonder divine phenomena and red maple filled the skies. "Who are you and where are you from?" a villager asked. Some outsiders knew who this youth was, but the villagers did not. "My surname is Liu. I am from the upper 9 heavens," the youth said. The members of Four Corner Village revealed strange expressions when they heard him say this. His surname is Liu. He was from the upper 9 heavens. In the Shangqing domain, a cultivator who dared claim that his surname was Liu in such a tone could only come from one clan. The other party was not only from the upper 9 heavens of the Shangqing domain, he was from the upper Thoid heaven. The villagers did not know much about the outside world. However, they were very familiar with the giant level forces of the Shangqing domain. They were closely related to the villagers. "Would you be willing to be a guest at my place?" a villager came forward and asked. Many other villagers also extended their invitations. They seemed to hope that the youth would head over to their homes. However, the youth did not answer. Although many people invited him to do so, he still stood there quietly, seemingly waiting for something. At that moment, a person walked out of the crowd. This person similarly appeared very ordinary. He looked at the youth and said, "My surname is Fong. I have a son who is now attending the private school in the village. If we were to have a guest at home, It would certainly liven up the place. The youth looked at the other party. Their eyes met, and the youth replied with a smile, "Then I am sorry for intruding." "Please, this way," the other party invited as he gestured with his hand. Then the few of them left together. "There is someone else." After they left, the crowd saw another group of silhouettes emerge. This time the leader was a woman. She was exceptionally beautiful and extremely enchanting. And Ruosu, someone else recognized this woman when she appeared. She was also an extraordinary figure. Just like before, many people invited her to their homes, but this woman also made the same decision. Many of the villagers began to disperse. However, many outsiders remained standing there. They looked at the figures as they left. Someone said, "The two of them have come. It is going to be exciting this time. This will make it interesting," a group of people said as they left. Red maple leaves were still in full bloom, as enchanting as fire. The members of Four Corner Village were discussing who these red maples had bloomed for. Was it for the extraordinary youth from Upper Third Heaven, or in Ruosu, who was a peerless beauty? Not long after they left, another group of people appeared from the glimmer of sky and stood at the entrance of the village. It was Yi Futian's group. Nearby, there were still a number of people around. They looked over in the direction of Yi Futian's group. They could not help but reveal strange looks. There were actually even more people arriving. This group seemed to have quite a number of members. Yi Futian similarly sized up this mountain village. He looked up. Red maple covered the sky. The laws that govern this entire world seemed to be different from the outside world. This is a small, independent world, Yi Futian thought to himself. From the outside world, one could not see Four Corner Village at all. Only by passing through the glimmer of sky could one reach this place. It was truly a mysterious land. Legend also has it that Dong Huang the Great once cultivated in Four Corner Village. At that moment, someone walked over with their hands behind their back. He looked at Yi Futian's group and asked, "Who are you and where are you from?" "I am Yi Futian from the Donghua domain," Yi Futian answered. The other party looked at him with a bizarre expression. Yi Futian was actually a person from beyond the domain. He seemed to have come here to obtain fateful encounters. However, how could such things be so easily obtained? He did not say anything and turned to leave. After the others heard what Yi Futian said, they also did not pay much attention to him and turned to leave. They thought that this group was here for the same reason as the two previous individuals, but it seems that they were thinking too much. Yi Futian could not make sense of the situation. He walked forwards, quietly. The divine phenomenon caused the village sky to be covered with red maple leaves. It made this place feel as though it was beyond this world. It was very beautiful. In the streets, figures would appear from time to time and size him up curiously. However, they would then turn and leave. Yi Futian recalled what Li Chongxing told him. He had a basic impression of the Four Corner Village. He also knew that outsiders would enter Four Corner Village every now and then to seek the way. These outsiders were also not ordinary figures. The glimmer of sky was not ordinary either. Li Chongxing said that it was rumored that only those with great destinies could pass through the glimmer of sky and enter the Four Corner Village. However, Yi Futian did not have too strong a reaction to this. He even suspected that Li Chongxing might have been misinformed or that the rumors had been exaggerated. After all, his entire group was here. It was as simple as climbing a flight of stairs. They walked up the glimmer of sky without sensing any pressure. "Where are we headed next?" Xia Qingyuan asked gently beside him. Elder Brother said that in order to enter the village, we need the villagers to accept us in. However, from the looks of it now, there does not seem to be anyone here to welcome us, Yi Futian replied in a low voice. The villagers were the masters of Four Corner Village. Here, outsiders needed to obey the rules. Even combat was absolutely forbidden in the village. Just now, when we entered the village, someone approached us. They must dislike us because we are from the Donghua domain. No one is willing to take us in. Chen Yi mumbled. Yi Futian looked at him and asked, "Are you familiar with the laws of the village?" "I have heard some things," Chen Yi responded. Yi Futian revealed a strange expression. This fellow truly did not reveal his secrets. He actually knew so much about the village. Even now, Yi Futian felt that Chen Yi was mysterious. However, Chen Yi indeed treated him well. He was also too lazy to dig up Chen Yi's secrets, allowing Chen Yi to maintain his mysterious side. "Would you mind sharing what you know?" Yi Futian said. Chen Yi told Yi Futian, "For Corner Village is a mysterious place. It is a world on its own. Rumors claim that it possesses a divine relic and that there are outstanding people here. There are many cultivators with exceptional talents here. They were born with bodies of Wei. Some outsiders claimed that the gods blessed Four Corner Village. Like the ancestors in ancient times, anyone who awakened their spirit roots was a natural cultivator. Once they left this place, they would become extraordinary figures in the outside world. Hence, many major figures came from the village." This caused Yi Futian to reveal a strange look. Top forces possess divine items that could aid cultivators in forging flawless divine wheels of the Great Path. However, from what Chen Yi was saying, it was completely different for the village. This place was like the world before the collapse of the Great Path. It was a holy land blessed by the grace of the gods. Once one awakened to their talent, they would naturally be born with bodies of Wei and spirit roots. This might mean that they had similar cultivation with Yi Futian and were also people born with flawless, great paths. However, it is both a blessing and a curse, Chen Yi continued explaining. Although the village is blessed, it is rare to come across someone who can truly awaken their talents. Many people also died early on in their cultivation journey. Many of them do not manage to live more than a few decades. Rumor has it that their bodies exploded while they were cultivating. Hence, for Corner Village gradually came up with the rule that aside from an extremely select few, other people are not allowed to cultivate. The others will live ordinary lives. Therefore, there are many ordinary people in the village without cultivation. Yi Futian nodded his head slightly. He also noticed this issue. Most of the villagers were extremely ordinary people. It was as though they were villagers in an extremely rural area. The name for Corner Village was indeed appropriate for this place. It might be that the place was named for Corner Village precisely due to this deeper meaning to its name. That meant that the prohibition established by Donghuang the Great intended to protect the villagers. If that is the cause, what way are we seeking in the village? Yi Futian inquired. "This is also my first time here," said Chen Yi with a smile as he shrugged his shoulders. Yi Futian did not know whether he did not want to reveal this, or he truly did not know. At that moment, on the stone streets ahead, there was a young girl with a ponytail. She hopped over towards them. Yi Futian looked ahead and saw that the young girl was around her early teens. She was not considered an absolute beauty, but her face was pleasing to look at. She wore very simple clothes that were surprisingly clean. Her eyes were especially intelligent. She walked up to Yi Futian and stopped not far from him. Her clear eyes sized up Yi Futian's group. She seemed curious about them. As she looked at Yi Futian, she glanced over at Xia Qingyuan, who was standing to the side. Her gaze leapt between the two of them. She then mumbled, "They are so good-looking." Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan's appearances did not need to be mentioned. No villager could compare with them. However, there were many outstanding figures among the outsiders. For instance, the two parties who arrived before Yi Futian's group also stood out from the crowd. "Little sister, do you need anything?" Xia Qingyuan asked gently. This little girl was very pleasing to look at. She was lively and full of vigor. No one wants to take all of you in, the young maiden asked in a low voice. Children said what they like, but her words stunned Yi Futian's group. They then shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They appeared pathetic. Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. That seems to be the case. The villagers appeared to be exceptionally honest, completely different from the people in the outside world. Then, all of you can come to my place, the young maiden said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded his head as he looked at the sincere smile of the other party and said, All right, will your family members allow us in? My grandfather will certainly agree, the young girl said innocently with a smile. Then what about your parents? Yi Futian continued asking. The sparkle in the young maiden's eyes seemed to dim a little when she heard Yi Futian say this. However, she immediately returned to normal and answered, I don't have parents. Yi Futian was stunned. As he peered into the innocent eyes of the little girl, he fell silent for a while. Let's go then, said the young maiden. She did not seem to mind. She led the way ahead and said, My name is Ma Ling. The villagers call me Ling. Ling, Yi Futian muttered to himself. Yep, the little girl responded. She turned around and smiled at Yi Futian and the others as she said, I cannot remember my parents. From what my grandfather told me, not long after I was born, they cultivated in secret without telling Master. Something happened after that, and now only grandfather and I are left. Master? Yi Futian asked. Ling answered as she nodded her head. Master is master. Everyone in the village listens to him. If Master says someone can cultivate, that person can cultivate. If he says they can't, they can't. Master once told my parents that they couldn't cultivate, but they did not listen. That is why grandfather told me to listen to what the Master says and not cultivate. When Yi Futian heard her say this, he immediately understood. That meant that Ling was one of the villagers who could not cultivate, just like Chen Yi mentioned before. It appeared that things were just as Chen Yi described them to be. It was both a blessing and a curse. For Corner Village was blessed by the grace of the gods, yet it was also cursed that only a select few could cultivate. As for the Master who Ling referred to, he was most likely an extraordinary figure. Chapter 2089, Coincidence. Yi Futian followed Ling to where she lived, which was a simple small courtyard. Out in the yard, an old man sat quietly on a chair, who seemed to be quite leisurely and at ease. Grandpa, Ling called out while she was still a way off. The old man looked in their direction. Assessing Yi Futian and those who were following behind Ling, Yi Futian saw the old man, but did not detect any aura from him, only that he appeared ancient. We have guests. He slowly stood up from his seat, crouching slightly. He did not appear to be particularly mobile. Those eyes looked a little muddy as he looked in Yi Futian's direction. Please sit, grandfather, Yi Futian stepped forward and said. There were many ordinary folks in the village, so this old man must be one as well. The old man looked around 80, but Yi Futian himself was not much younger in reality. Strictly speaking, it was not appropriate for him to address the man as grandfather, but this was his way of showing respect. If it were based strictly on actual age, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him older brother. But in the world of cultivation, age was the most unimportant factor, and no one cared much about it. I'm fine. Seeing Yi Futian being courteous, the old man waved his hand. Please come in and sit down. Thank you, elder, replied Yi Futian. Just call me Old Ma, the old man said with a smile, leading Yi Futian and the others inside the house. Yi Futian would temporarily settle down here. The place where Yi Futian settled down seemed quiet, which only juxtaposed the liveliness of the two parties that arrived before him. In addition, more people were entering the four-corner village after them every day. Gradually, the four-corner village became quite high-spirited. After Yi Futian got acquainted with Old Ma and Little Ling, he decided to walk around the village to orient himself with its layout. Old Ma asked Little Ling to give Yi Futian a tour of the village. As they walked on the blue stone streets inside Four Corner Village, he could see that even though the village was more lively than usual, it was still far from the prosperity most major cities had to offer. However, although the Four Corner Village did not have majestic landscapes, its general disposition was one of exquisite elegance. A clear river sat along the cobblestone streets, while small boats would occasionally sail on the river. Sometimes an acquaintance or two would stop and greet Little Ling, which was always met with an enthusiastic response from her. When they walked onto a bridge, a chubby middle-aged man came from the opposite direction and said, "Little Ling." "Uncle Zhong," Little Ling responded. With a smile on his face, the man glanced at Yi Futian and the others next to Little Ling and asked, "Guests?" "Well, this is Uncle Yi," Little Ling nodded. "From where?" the man inquired further. "From very far away. Uncle Yi said it was the Donghua domain." Little Ling didn't actually know where that was. She didn't have a clear idea about many things. The chubby man gave an assessing look at Yi Futian and the others and continued, "Look good, but maybe not so useful. Did Old Ma pick?" "Grandpa asked me to go and see. That's how I met Uncle Yi and the others," replied Little Ling. "Old Ma is way too careless," the chubby man said with some disbelief. "Each house has only one quota, and you guys gave it away so easily." He shook his head as he walked on by. When he passed Yi Futian, he was still mumbling. After all, they just don't know what's good for them. Too bad now that Fong family has got their boy and the cooperation of the Liu family. They will probably have the best chance. Although you don't understand, there was a chance to choose someone known in our Shanqing domain. No need to waste it on these people. He was not afraid to anger Yi Futian and the others. In this four-corner village, outsiders were absolutely forbidden to do anything violent. No one had dared to break this rule in all these years. It was an order from Dong Huang the Great himself. Furthermore, he believed that even if someone dared to violate the rule and did something in this village, the violators would not be able to get out of the village alive, even without Dong Huang the Great lifting his little finger. Uncle Yi don't mind him. After the chubby man left, Little Ling raised her head, her clear eyes filled with innocence. "I won't." Yi Futian smiled and put a hand on Little Ling's shoulder, saying, "Let's continue our walk." "Good." Little Ling nodded with a smile as she forged forward. This village was not that big, nor was it small. Yi Futian and the others walked for quite a while before they came to a grand mansion. Someone shouted, "Ling." Little Ling turned around and saw that the person calling her was a teenager dressed neatly, which in this village was considered a luxury. He had a smile on his face and possessed an extraordinary temperament. There was even a faint wisp of aura coming out of him, indicating that he was a cultivator. What's more surprising was that, at such a tender age, his cultivation was considerable. Yi Futian understood that those in the four-corner village were either unable to cultivate, or if they could, they would be someone with extraordinary talent. This young man was clearly someone gifted in cultivation. "Brother Fong Si-Yuan," Little Ling called out. Her voice was a little tentative. She seemed a little self-conscious in front of the boy. The boy was named Fong Si-Yuan, and his eyes showed some contempt. He glanced at Yi Futian and the others and said, "Little Ling, come over here for a second." Little Ling bowed her head as she walked next to his side, and she heard Fong Si-Yuan say to her, "There are so many people who have entered the village recently, and you guys are too careless in picking them up. Was this your grandfather's idea?" Little Ling still hung her head as Fong Si-Yuan pulled her around and walked inside the house. Upon entering the house, Little Ling felt a faint sense of coercion and saw a middle-aged man stood quietly in front, looking at them. There were quite a few people behind the middle-aged man, and next to him, there was an extraordinary young man. "Grandpa Fong." Little Ling said. The Fong family was different from theirs. The Fong family was well known in the four-corner village because they had produced some powerful characters. Now their descendant, Fong Siyuan, was also extremely talented. He was studying at the private study with the teacher. He was a favorite. Moreover, Little Ling had heard from the villagers that Fong Siyuan's father was now mighty in the outside world. But as for the specifics, it was not something that she could have known. The Fong family could pick anyone who entered the village, and no one would refuse their invitation. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and looked at Little Ling, saying, Little Ling, did your grandfather invite those people? I guess so. Grandpa heard that someone came to the village, so he asked me to check it out, and if there was an opportunity, to invite these people to our house, Little Ling replied. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, Very well, you may go. Sure thing, Grandpa Fong. After Little Ling left, Fong Siyuan looked at her, walking away as he asked the middle-aged man, Grandpa, why do you ask Little Ling these things? The middle-aged man did not respond. He looked at the young man next to him and heard the young man whisper, I heard that this man came a long way from the Donghua domain. He may have come to Four Corner Village to try his luck. I heard that because he had entered the village at the same time as the ones named Lu, and so he was kind of overlooked. Yes, because of the people in front, they were completely passed over. The middle-aged man next to him nodded. This surprised the young man, and he asked, What do you mean? The neglect they referred to seemed to be somewhat different in meaning. Do you know the rules of the passageway? The middle-aged man asked. Yes, those without great luck may not enter, the young man responded. The middle-aged man nodded. I have observed these so-called people of great luck over the years. Generally speaking, cultivators with a perfect great path may enter the passageway, while those who do not will find it difficult to get in, having a very slim chance of doing so. When the young man heard his words, he was contemplating as his eyes showed some disturbance, as if he had thought of something. How many people in the group outside possessed the perfect great path? The middle-aged man continued, If all of them were, then it would be kind of alarming. There's so many cultivators with perfect great path. It would be difficult for the top forces of the Shangqing domain to exert their powers. That's not possible, the young man murmured. If not, then it's even more concerning, said the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowed slightly. The young man looked at him and heard the middle-aged man continued. Someone with enough luck can shelter the others to enter into the village without being felt by the others. If one man took them into the village, that meant that one man's luck was extremely strong. It's not clear yet who caused the phenomenon of the blooming red maples. The young man next to him suddenly looked very solemn. Before, everyone believed that it was caused by one of two men, or more precisely, that young man named Lu. After all, he had a greater reputation in the outside world. His talent was said to be extraordinary. But listening to what the middle-aged man said, it might be possible that it was not because of that person or even in Ruosu, but another previously unknown person. Old Ma isn't old at all. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes. Was this all a coincidence? Yi Futian continued following Little Ling to stroll around Four Corner Village. They came to a street where the houses were grouped densely together. This was Four Corner Street, which was the center of Four Corner Village. They met many people here. There were villagers as well as outside visitors. None of these people from the outside seemed to be simple characters, Beigong Ao muttered. Those who could enter the Four Corner Village are all people with great luck. As far as I know, only those cultivators with perfect great path may have such luck. Therefore, the cultivators we see in Four Corner Village are most likely on the same level as Ling He, Yan Dongyang, Goddess Taihua, Jiang Yueli, and Qin Qing. Naturally, all of them are more than meets the eye, Qin Yi said lazily. Beigong Ao nodded, but he was still a little confused, asking, Then how did I get in? How should I know? Qin Yi shrugged. Maybe you are also a person of great luck. Beigong Ao glanced at Yi Futian. Since he had gotten to know Yi Futian, he had indeed gone through some great changes. Strictly speaking, he indeed had some great luck. Uncle Yi, I will take you guys to the private study, Ling said. Where is that? Yi Futian asked. The place where the teacher teaches. It is a pity that I can't go there to study. Ling's eyes dimmed a little. Yi Futian was a little curious about this teacher already, so he didn't oppose going to see him. They walked along Four Corner Street until they came to the end, where a wall appeared. In Yi Futian's eyes, this wall seemed to be shining with a strange light, glittering with gold. At the other end of the wall, the voice of preaching could be heard faintly. Yi Futian perceived an unusual aura. He raised his eyes and was able to see through everything with his divine eyes. He saw golden characters appeared in the sky above. It was as if every character had the deafening divine sound of the great path within it. Yi Futian's eyes revealed his shock. This was the first time he had seen such a marvelous sight. Not only him, but the cultivators around him all felt something unusual. Their eyes lit up, slightly surprised. Who was this teacher teaching in the private study? The teacher must be giving some great lecture. Ling looked forward enviously. At this moment, the rays of light gradually dissipated, and the voice inside stopped, followed by some whispers. After a few moments, some people started walking out from both sides of the wall. They were a group of youths, some older and some younger. The youngest may have only been 7 or 8. It wasn't a big group, but these young people were probably the ones who possessed the greatest luck of all in Four Corner Village. Ling had said that she was not allowed to cultivate, and even if she was allowed to cultivate, it might cause trouble later on down the road. This meant that these were all people who had the ability to cultivate. Moreover, they were born with a hidden great path and were different from the others. As long as they continued to cultivate, they would all become extraordinary figures in the future. Yi Futian also discovered an interesting phenomenon. The villagers in Four Corner Village were easy to identify. Most of them dressed plainly in humble clothing, while few in this group dressed lavishly and appeared different from the others. It seemed that some in Four Corner Village had close contact with the outside world. Otherwise, there would not have been such luxurious clothing inside the village. It stood to reason that the villagers inside Four Corner Village had different backgrounds, as proven before by the exchange Yi Futian had with the Fong family. Ling, a youth of about 12 or 13, was walking toward them. The boy had an honest but childish face, and he was quite large for his age. Although he was still young, one could see how burly the boy would become. For this reason, he looked more mature than the rest and would probably grow up to be a big guy. For Corner Village itself wasn't extensive, so most people in the village knew each other well. Brother Tai Tu, little Ling called out with a smile. The young man that was called Tai Tu scratched his head, looking particularly good-natured. Tai Tu, do you get shy when you see little sister Ling? The teenage boy next to him joked. These young guys were tender in age, but quite precocious. Tai Tu suddenly blushed as they kidded him and said to little Ling, "Ling, are they the guests of your house?" Little Ling nodded and introduced, "This is Uncle Yi and Sister Xia." "Hello, Uncle Yi," Tai Tu said. He looked at Xia Qingyuan and asked, "Is Sister Xia a goddess?" Xia Qingyuan was stunned for a moment, but then smiled softly and said, "Not at all. How could someone not a goddess be this pretty?" Tai Tu scratched his head and made all the other teenagers laugh. **SS. A nicely dressed young boy of the same age spoke up now, which attracted the attention of many. The youth was blessed with good looks, and at a young age he had a majestic temperament that was rarely seen. "You are not." The boy named Tai Tu glared at the other youth. The youth with the majestic temperament didn't pay any attention to anyone else but Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Although he was young, he didn't have the slightest fear of strangers, nor was he nervous at all. One could even say that he was scrutinizing Yi Futian and his companions. From this, one could see the arrogance and defiance of the youth. My brother said that many cultivators from the outside are like this. The women don't have to be goddesses to be pretty. The boy looked at them and continued, "As far as I know, there were 2 other groups of people that entered the village before them, and one of them was the genius talent Lu Qixing of the Lu family from the 3-layer continent in the Shangqing domain, and the other one was in Rosu. We saw the red maples blooming when we were in the study, and y'all know who had invited those 2 to their house. No one cared about these people when they entered the village, and that's why they went to Old Ma's house. So what's the big deal?" The youth who spoke seemed rather keen. Ling hung her head, and though she felt she was being wronged, what the boy said was the truth, so she dared not argue. The boy's family held extraordinary status in Four Corner Village and was a favorite of the teacher. In front of the other person, she appeared quite self-conscious. "I only know that teacher said all visitors who came to Four Corner Village are guests from far away, not at all the buckets of trash that you're talking about." Taitu cursed in a low voice, looking displeased. The youth turned around slowly as he stared at Taitu, with an exceptionally sharp look in his eyes. "I'm not afraid of you, if you want to fight." Taitu took a step forward. Even though he was young, there was a curious light that flowed upon his body. Like a wild beast, there was an oppressive force that appeared around him. Those from outside of Four Corner Village were not allowed to fight, but there was no such ban being placed on villagers. "Would a blind blacksmith find it fit to fight with me?" The young man responded carelessly, appeared nonchalant, and he didn't seem to care much about Taitu at all. "You!" Taitu felt a sudden rage when he heard what the other had to say. He growled like a tiger. However, at this moment, there were 2 more teenagers now stood behind the handsome boy, staring at him with a sneer. "Enough!" A voice came from behind the wall, and though Taitu was still angry, he quieted down when he heard this voice. He looked in the direction of the wall and said, "Sir, Muyun is being a jerk." "Muyun," the voice inside spoke again, but before he could finish, Muyun bowed slightly towards the wall, saying, "Sir," Muyun misspoke. "Please forgive me." "Don't do it again," said the teacher as Muyun nodded. He gave Taitu one last glance and turned to leave. Clearly, he didn't really think that he did anything wrong. It was only because the teacher had spoken that he admitted his wrongdoing. Furthermore, he only apologized to the teacher, not to Taitu. Yi Futian had been watching quietly. Obviously, he would not pay much attention to what these youngsters had said, but he was a little surprised by the attitude of the teacher. The teacher should be someone with high standards, and his words should have great authority. However, he didn't criticize the boy's rudeness much, but merely chastised him casually. Was this the attitude he had toward the kids from Four Corner Village? "Ling, take Uncle Yi to my house for a visit," Taitu said to little Ling. Little Ling raised her head to look at Yi Futian. It was then that Yi Futian took his eyes off the wall and smiled at her and nodded. "Sounds good." As they spoke, they turned to leave and headed towards the other side of Four Corner Street. Not long after, they came to a blacksmith shop and saw a shirtless man with messy hair forging inside the shop. The sound of iron being forged could be heard. The man did not stop even when Yi Futian and the others came over, and the sound of iron being struck was rhythmic. Upon listening more closely, the interval between each hammer strike was precise each time, not missing a beat. After a few moments, and only when the man was finished did he stop. He raised his head in Yi Futian's direction, and that was when Yi Futian saw his hollow eyes and realized that the man was actually blind. Only at this moment did Yi Futian realize how nasty those remarks from Muyun were. Chapter 2091. Insolent Young Man. The blind man was Taitu's father. Most villagers called him Blind Tai. He was used to the name and wasn't offended by it. As a result, his real name had been forgotten. Tai Tu, are there guests here? Facing Yi Futian and the others, Blind Tai asked his son. Dad, it's little Ling and her guests. She passed by, and I invited her to come in, Tai Tu said to Blind Tai. Uncle Tai, Ling greeted Blind Tai in a silvery voice. She was well acquainted with Blind Tai since her grandfather, Old Ma, visited him occasionally. According to her grandpa, her parents used to be dear friends with Blind Tai. Ling didn't remember much about her parents, but she was close to Blind Tai, as he treated her very well. She had also been playmates with Tai Tu since childhood. Oh, it's little Ling. Blind Tai's voice became much gentler. He said, I haven't seen you in a while. Is your grandpa in good health? Yes, grandpa is well, Ling nodded. That's good. Old Ma hasn't come for some days, Blind Tai said. Come, sit down. Your guests should feel free to have a seat if they don't mind my shabby house. Not at all. We're sorry for disturbing you, Yi Futian said. Any friend of Old Ma is a friend of mine. Unfortunately, I'm blind and can't attend to you. Please suit yourselves. Blind Tai then turned to Tai Tu and said, Tai Tu, pour some tea for our guests. No need to trouble you. I really like the ironware you forged. Can I look around? Yi Futian asked. Sure, Blind Tai nodded. Thank you very much. Yi Futian walked into the blacksmith shop to check the ironware. He picked up a knife. Although it was only ordinary iron, the knife was perfectly hammered out, the cold glint off its shiny blades flashing a warning. Yi Futian pulled a strand of his silver hair and dropped it from above the blade. The hair fluttered down and was immediately cut in half. Yi Futian couldn't help but exclaim, Amazing knife! Not a big deal, Blind Tai said casually. Yi Futian inspected the same kind of knives placed near the knife he just tested. Much to his surprise, all the knives achieved the same performance. This is superb craftsmanship, Yi Futian expressed his admiration. Mr. Tai, how did you manage to forge these knives so perfectly and consistently? You can do the same thing after working in a blacksmith shop for decades, Blind Tai answered. He was saying that mastery came from experience. Yi Futian cracked a smile, but didn't reply. He turned his attention to other weapons. Chen Yi, on the other hand, had been standing not far from Blind Tai. He seemed to be rather curious about him and sized him up and down. Uncle Tai is the best blacksmith in the village. All the ironware we use is made by Uncle Tai, Ling chimed in. Then she looked at Tai Tu and said, Tai Tu, you will be able to help Uncle Tai in the future when you acquire the skills from practice. I will. Tai Tu smiled fatuously and said, Actually, practice is useful for other things too. What else can it do? Ling asked out of curiosity. Although she had heard of certain things in Four Corner Village, she didn't understand many of them because of her young age. She wanted to study and cultivate in a private school, but she didn't really understand its meaning. As far as she knew, her parents died as a consequence of cultivation, so she was particularly sensitive about it. I heard that a good cultivator can fly in the sky, drill into the ground, move the mountains, and fill up seas, Tai Tu said with a yearning look on his face. Then, are you going to fly away from the village? Little Ling asked. That's okay. I will bring you with me. Two teenagers were chatting about a subject that they didn't understand. Blind Tai continued to forge the iron. Yi Futian and Chen Yi didn't have anything else to do, so they said, Ling, we have been here for a while. Let's not disturb Mr. Tai any longer. All right. Ling nodded and stood up. Uncle Tai will go back now. Oka! Blind Tai nodded and said to Tai Tu, go send little Ling out. Certainly. Tai Tu nodded and stood up to lead the way. Even though he was still a teenager, he seemed to be growing into a responsible man already. Goodbye. Yi Futian could tell that Blind Tai wasn't an enthusiastic host. He followed Tai Tu and little Ling and left the shop. Walking next to Yi Futian, Chen Yi transmitted his voice directly to him. This man is not so simple. Why do you say that? Yi Futian asked. I believe that practice makes perfect. But do you really think that a blind man can forge that kind of weapons? Chen Yi said, besides, although the ironware is nothing but common items, they are absolutely the best. He would be a remarkable armor if he knew how to cultivate. But I can't detect any trace of cultivation from him. Yi Futian actually felt the same way as Chen Yi. That's why he is not simple. He might even be at a much higher cultivation level than you and me. Chen Yi replied with a smile. They communicated via voice transmission, so other people didn't hear their conversation. Yi Futian seemed to be ruminating about it. The situation in Four Corner Village might be more surprising and complicated than he expected. Even an ordinary blacksmith was so powerful among the group of teenagers who came out of the private school earlier. The boy named Muyun appeared to have a high status. Tai Tu obviously wasn't highly respected in the village. But if Tai Tu's father really was a top-level cultivator like Yi Futian and Chen Yi suspected, how powerful would Muyun and other teenagers' fathers be? Muyun seemed to be insinuating that his older brother was cultivating in outer realms. He wouldn't be so haughty and pompous if his older brother weren't an extraordinary cultivator. While Yi Futian and the others were walking back, several teenagers suddenly popped up in front of them and blocked their path. The ringleader was Muyun, who Yi Futian had seen earlier. Muyun Shu, what do you want? Tai Tu stared at the young man in front of him. Muyun Shu was his full name. Muyun was one of the most well-known and influential surnames in Four Corner Village. The teacher said you made a lot of progress recently. I wonder why a blind blacksmith's son can gain the teacher's praise. I'm here to test and see if you deserve his approval, Muyun Shu said with a disdainful look. The son of the blind blacksmith was commended by the teacher. It vexed Muyun Shu. Yi Futian looked at the three teenagers in front of them and was surprised that they would pick a fight right here. He didn't like Muyun Shu. He realized that there seemed to be two different types of people in the village. One type of villager lived a quiet and secluded life. Muyun Shu belonged to the other one. As he expected, there were conflicts wherever people resided. Even teenagers couldn't rise above the cliché. He was similar when he was young. Good. Tai Tu took a few steps forward and shielded Ling behind him. The light was glowing from his body as he released a bundle of domineering energy. Yi Futian even faintly sensed a bit of might from the glowing light. Yi Futian was astonished. Tai Tu was still in his teens and couldn't possibly comprehend the Great Path. The only exception Yi Futian had met was a person with the divine fetus of the Great Path. There was no way that Tai Tu had understood the will of the Great Path. So it must be that he was born with this power. Perhaps his innate ability was activated for some special reasons. Did it happen in that private school? When Yi Futian was outside of the private school before, he saw that the sound inside turned into golden runes like the divine music of the Great Path. Muyun Shu darted a menacing look at Tai Tu. Tai Tu, they have more people. Don't fight with them, Ling hurried to say. Big mouth. What an annoying orphan, Muyun Shu mocked her. Yi Futian frowned in displeasure. It was the second time this boy said such biting words. He was unscrupulous and ill-behaved at such a young age. Shut up! Tai Tu bellowed in a frenzy. These hooligans, Beigong Ao said and stepped forward. Muyun Shu shot him a cold look and warned, You don't have the right to intervene in matters concerning Four Corner Village. Otherwise, you would be a dead man walking. Beigong Ao glared at Muyun Shu with frustration. How could a young man be so insolent? At this point, the crowd started to gather around them. Some young men wearing fine clothes were observing them quietly from afar. It seemed like a lot of people were watching the drama unfold with great interest. He is right. Stay out of our business, one man said offhandedly.